Boa tarde, galera!
Good afternoon, you all, people at home. You are so curious. If I were there, I would show how we get fun. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. You never let us down. That's wonderful. Good afternoon if you are at home. I hope you could have lunch and also spend some time with your family, hug your family if you're at home, and if you're at work, welcome back, everybody. And then we are going to resume our program, but you see who we have here? People in the VIP room. You see everybody, girls, are you there? That's great. Let me see the faces, familiar faces. Vivi, we are going to have a draw right now. Three pieces, 10 personalized bags plus 10 personalized gifts, right? Go ahead. And Daiane Oliveira. Daiane, Ateliê Estúdio Priscila Lima. Daiane was the person awarded. It's not a surprise. That's me. I never left anything behind. That's me. That's great to have you here. You know me now, right? We would like to thank you so much to Priscila, Atelier. She's Paloma's sister. If you do not know, she's the one responsible for Paloma gifts, Tamara gifts, all those wonderful boxes when you see in the market. Our guests received one gift at their tables, these boxes, Atelier box, and I want you to know her work now. We had 10 bags, personalized gift bags, and 10 personalized boxes by Atelier Priscila Lima. So you go for that on Instagram. And the names, do we have the names of people that got awarded? Not now? Okay. So go on Instagram. We have the name of people who got the gifts. And follow, please follow Atelier Priscila Lima. If you do not know it yet, go on Instagram, Paloma Lima Instagram, you know her. So you get to know how precious her work is. You are going to fall in love, I am sure. Look at that, Vivi. 10 bags and 10 boxes. Daiane Oliveira. Wow. Yeah, for her course. 2 groups already, Daiane. Congratulations. Priscila's work is impeccable. We see the girls, the material that they offer to the students is sensational. We are in this event, sorry, all the speakers received their gifts, and also the person who got it on the screen. We have the basket filled with RBKollors, amazing products. And also we have the winner, Carol Ribeiro. You got a basket filled with products, RBKollors, filled with nice products. Congratulations, Carol. And we have one more. Do you know Pontual Estética? Yes, I know it. These brands are there. Yeah. Pontual Estética is our associated in the Institute. I normally say that this card of Pontual is not a simple card. It's a piece of work. It's a decorational piece in the studio. And we are drawing it now. A card pack of Pontual Estética. And the winner is Maria Gabins. Congratulations, Gabin. What a lucky girl. You are at home. People here at the studio, you are not lucky, are you? People at home are so pleased and happy with their gifts. So girls, something nice that we are going to bring to the stage about our speaker. That's great for you. Does age represent something? Nothing. Age represents nothing. For you, does age represent something? No. This speaker that we are having is young, but has lots of knowledge. That's amazing to see. She is top. Isn't she top, Elenilda? She is. And she's bringing us a topic that is so awesome. Who's coming? John? Háquila Vieira. Come to us, Háquila. You are wonderful, marvelous. She is great. Let's hear for her. She rocks it all. If you do not know her work, Háquila, you need to learn from this woman what she does with the demograph. Feel free. The floor is yours, Háquila. It's a great pleasure to be here. You are wonderful. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. People here in the studio, people at home, comfortably at home. I'm so pleased to be here. It's a great honor. As they said, age, I feel younger because lots of people with more experience than me in this event. A master, that is James Olaya, that's my inspiration in the dermograph use. To be on the same stage as my idol, you have no idea. It's a great honor. That's my dream. Maybe one day. So it's a great honor to be here with you. I hope that if you use the dermograph, let me know. If you use the dermograph, very few people feel we are warriors and we are in this market fighting against people using the body. Nothing against you, but you know, I am passionate and I used the body before. So when I started my career, I started with the body, and because of a need in Goiânia, if you not know, I'm from Goiânia, the clients have the skin that's a little bit more complicated, and I had a greater difficulty with the body, so I learned to use a different blade, and I use the dermograph. That's my passion since then. I dropped the use of the body, and I just use a dermograph now. And throughout all these years, the evolution of technique is here, so I simplify this technique. So if you give the dermograph, you can return to the roots and they use the dermograph. With my technique, the way I use it, very simple. I can show you that it's possible to have fine and delicate blade with good fixation, durability, in an easy way, because most of people that gave on dermography because of the difficulty of mastering, having the skill, because of the vibration of the machine. But now we can use it. It's a simple way. I'll show you. I see if you attend courses 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and did not recycle, the old technique was more difficult than this one. So if you want, and if you are interested in resuming the use of dermograph, the results are wonderful. If you do not believe it, go to my Instagram and you see it, and you follow my work there. Let me start up my presentation. My topic is Australia, and it's interesting. It's a country that I did not know much about. I had to research about it, get into that country to understand and bring their inspiration to you. Maybe you do not know that country, you do not know the culture, they do not know their beauty standards in Australia. And very briefly, I have a presentation for you, and then I will start up my technique just right after the presentation. Háquila Vieira in Australia, that's the name of this presentation. And here I mention my career. As I said, I am 24 years of age, 5 years now in December that I am working with micropigmentation. I start with the body, and 4 years I'm using a dermograph, just dermograph only. So all my work, all my evolution has come from dermograph. My career, if I am here today, is thanks to dermograph. That's my technique, the way I work, very simplified, very thin lines, and here I am. That's why I'm so pleased to be here. I got some awards throughout the years on my career. I'm very young. I had some highlights in my career. That's good because we feel great. All my work, everything that I have, that I chased after, is now being acknowledged somehow for someone. And being recognized by RBKollors for me is a fulfillment of my career. This company and their pigments, RB pigments, that I could see the results that I have now. The healing process, the degradation, everything using the pigments, RB pigments. Not much about me because you want to see my technique. You are not interested in knowing me. Australia. If you do not know Australia yet, it is the sixth biggest country in the world. It's a very interesting country. I liked it so much. If you do not know, it's behind just the USA, Brazil as the biggest country, Russia and China. And the population there is formed by foreigners. There is also people that were there originally before the foreigners, but the great part of the population, people that migrate, they exchange. So they have a mixed race so big like Brazil. So you do not have a standard, as you say, you know, you see a person with slanted eyes, is Chinese, Oriental person, everybody's mixed, the beauty is different there. That's why great part of the Australians that were born there currently, they are children of foreigners, people that went there for exchange course and stayed there. They migrate from different countries. So people, we have different cultures, different races. It's people that is mixed race all around the world in a single country. I think it's so nice to know about it. Here we are. Half of the population and people from abroad. So the pattern of beauty is a little bit different because it's a seashore country. So the beauty, they have the bronze, that sunburn, suntan. The Australian are sports people. You see that normally at the Olympics, when you have this sports event, the Australian people are always getting their medals awarded. They are people that have this culture of practicing sports. And a curiosity, because of this mix of cultures. For example, if in my country, my original country, I'm living there, normally I wear my pajamas on the streets. Nobody thinks it's odd because it's a mix of culture. And a curiosity that I researched about, they are barefoot. Not everybody, you see. They have this culture of barefoot walking. If you see someone in Australia barefoot walking, that's nice and easy. Here in Brazil, we do not see this culture, not on the streets. If I were barefoot, somebody was judging me, but not there. There is normal when you see barefoot people walking because of this mix of races. Everything that is a cultural aspect in your original country, that is welcome, is accepted. So it's interesting to see. We get to know countries like this because you know about their culture. And there, they do not sell spirits, alcoholic beverage in the market like here. This would be so hard. Knowing the Brazilian people, it's not possible to drink on the street, not even buy at the local grocery store. This curiosity is nice to bring because I know that in Brazil, things are different here, right? Let's talk about their beauty. This one is the Muse, Miss Universe 2021. Their beauty pattern there is the body that is a sports body. It's not in Brazil. We know that we have curvy women in Brazil. Not there. Their beauty pattern, if you see a woman that is beautiful, she has an athletic body, suntan, the skin is tanned. And the Australian women, they like natural look. They enjoy this aspect of not wearing heavy makeup. The aspect is natural, you know. I'm tan and I'm okay. I'm okay, different from other countries that enjoy heavy makeup, something that would highlight what's already beautiful, but not them. If they have a nice body on as an athlete, sports person, and tan is enough, they feel the standard of beauty, it's okay for that country. Here I have some actresses, some celebrities that they have the Australian beauty. The Harlequin, she is Australian. You can see that it's a mixed pattern of beauty. There is no standard of beauty. They have their own characteristics, their shape, because of this mix of races and people that we see there in Australia. Another piece of detail that is also interesting is the makeup. They are in events, but they look natural, look a lipstick, the eye is not so marked in makeup. So this naturality that I think it's interesting to bring, because the technique of my blade brings also this aspect of filling an eyebrow with neutrality. The trend 21, 22, and 20, this aspect of not wearing heavy makeup that is together with the pandemic, because we used to wear makeup and take this makeup on, this trend that the pandemic has brought for this year and probably next year, of women leaving this makeup, this heavy makeup aside in order to look more natural, the eyebrow that is disconnected somehow. This naturality I could achieve in my work, also for the clients that wish to cover a failure in their eyebrow. The eyebrow is more, that is a nice shape naturally, but that piece of failure specifically bothers them. So with this naturality, with this technique, we have to bring our work for this trend. The client does not want to have the micropigmentation in their brow anymore. There were celebrities that removed their work. They did not want the procedure anymore. And if we do not show the client that it's possible to have micropigmentation, keeping the naturality as it was nothing in that procedure, we lose clients like this. So everything I follow up close and study. Dermograph blade, you know, in the past we thought they were more artificial because they were straight line, they were thick. So the body blade gained the market because they look so natural. But with the evolution of the technique, everything has been evolving throughout years. With the evolution of dermograph technique, now it's also possible to have fine lines with the dermograph, filling that eyebrow without losing naturality. And here we can see an example of a work. This client came to me with this fear of having a procedure that would fill her eyebrow, but everybody could tell that people could see that she had something, a procedure very strong. That's what she feared. And she hears about dermograph. She came to me and asked, do you use Tebori? No, I don't. I just use dermograph. Have you seen my work? Because when you show that you can do it in a delicate way, as other technique, they trust you. And then I say, I will fill your eyebrow, and you do not see a procedure, you do not see artificial. Today is going to be dark. So this work, I can fill, I can leave it natural, healed, and you're going to keep a shape. Because there are clients that ask, I want natural look. But when it heals, that it loses the color and the eyebrow is light, they say, I think something is missing. My work is adjusting this naturality aspect, but at the same time, I know that when it heals, the eyebrow will lose its color. I keep the shape already defined. I like to outline the eyebrow. You see that in this picture, you do not have the blade and the tail. It has a failure. So I fill this shape. My blade is well defined because after healing it's getting lighter, but you keep the procedure, you keep the shape, so they feel pleased when they see the eyebrow healed. So when you go very, very, very natural, I do not know in your hometown, but in Goiânia, the girls like the procedure and healed and see the procedure there. Because when it's so much natural and it heals, it loses everything. So you need to touch up all the time. So I do things in a way that I know that after healing it looks nice. It's a fine blade, but you see that it's really well defined in its color. After healing, I can see the work on, and there's no need for touch-up. Sometimes you don't need it. Important points to work with the dermograph. In my courses, I teach, I see these students that had a course with the dermograph with difficulties, they gave up, and I'm trying to show things in an easier way so they can execute the technique. I teach in the simplest way possible, because if you execute the basic step well, the result will be satisfactory the same way. So I use a very simple technique, but it's well executed. The blade has good finishing, it's fine, it follows the line of the eyebrow. Everything counts as a final result. So whenever we see a student, I say, let's learn a simple procedure, but you are going to learn how to execute it well. Because Ju mentioned in her presentation, my work is a simple trace, but it's usual. Because in addition to the courses, I see clients. I like to see clients. I love to serve my clients. Whenever I see an eyebrow, I use my procedure. 1 month later, I know what I did because that is a fine line, that is a standard. After 6 months, I can also tell all the procedures, where I can fit and touch. And after a year, when they come back for maintenance, if they come back 1 year and a half, I can also retouch without creating a new line, because if you fit blades whenever maintenance, there is a period of time that is going to be faded, and then you go for shadow. So try, you at home, sometimes there is someone with difficulty in blading. Learn how to do the basics specifically. Do it, train it constantly, so you memorize your procedure, so when you execute, things get easier. And all the results that you have after 30 days, 6 months, 1 year, you can really retouch and touch it without problems, without intercurrence. So let's see. These points here are the fundamental points for the execution of the technique. First, a dermograph that does not tremble so much. That's a very controversial topic. I always work a specific brand throughout my career, 3 years working with a certain brand, very good brand in the market. And when I got to buy a dermograph considered expensive in the market, people send me on direct, what is the dermograph that you use? I said, I'm using this one. And they say, that's very expensive. That's not my technique, it's the dermograph. So there are 3 years that I'm here trying to evolve the technique, trying to master, and having the dermograph happens a lot. It helps you. If you have the technique and you have a dermograph that is bad, the difficulty is going to be even higher. If you have the technique and a nice dermograph, you can execute your technique easily. If you have the technique and the excellent dermograph, you go to the sky. You go for a procedure that is easier and faster. So nowadays, I know that I mastered this technique and I have an excellent piece of instrument. Any eyebrow that comes to my bed, I can work blading very easily. It could be bad skin or complicated skin, rigid skin, all kinds of skin I can work on using blading because I mastered the technique that I have learned with the evolution from a simple technique, but now I can work. Everybody thinks about the work, but it's a very simple way of working. If you try it, to do the basic first and then you reach higher levels, everybody could do a work that is good for all the clients. Do you understand that? So the dermograph helps. It does. So if you can afford a dermograph that helps you to execute your work, that's it. You are halfway there. So a dermograph that it trembles a lot, that rattles a lot, you cannot keep it firm in your hand, discard it, leave it, dispose it, and invest in a dermograph that is good. Good needles. Needles are also important. I have seen people, I'm going to buy this dermograph, but I'll try to see parallel needles to be used on it. You are paying a high price for a dermograph. Invest in nice needles as well. For blading, the more the technology of the needle is better, the better is the implementation. The needle will insert in the skin easier. The needle is also important. These dermographs that are more expensive, the needle is also expensive because there is technology. The sharpness, the accuracy, everything is important. So you have a nice dermograph and use also good needles, right? Good vision for blades in the dermograph. Believe it or not, I have seen people that cannot see the blade that they are drawing. And then there is a problem of passing it over. The blade with the dermograph, you have to see well. If you feel during the procedure your eyesight is not so good, go to the eye doctor, because in the dermograph, the blade, in my case, I work passing through over and over. So I pass a blade and then on the same blade. If I'm not see well my first blade, I go and for double blade. Double, during the healing, both disappear or I hide the first one, so I lose my quality on healing. So try to see well what you are drawing. It seems simple, it seems silly, but it's something real. I see this happening. My students, they need to see well what they're doing. You need good light at home, at work, at the studio, a good light on top of the client, so you can really see the needle getting into the skin. So you memorize the line. Memorize. When you have the memory of what you are doing, it could be that here in the audience we just see professionals that know about it, but maybe someone at home that do not know about it and they do not have the scheme. I hope I help people that see difficulties in doing the simple things. When you get the fundamental, the evolution will be easier. So I really hope that someone who's at home with difficulty in doing it, with these small tips, they can evolve the work. I don't know where the camera is, but that's for you at home, So memorize your scheme. When you memorize your scheme, when the client comes to you, your highest difficulty will be the design to modulate, because sometimes the eyebrow is more difficult. But when you have the scheme already in mind, when the client lies down, it goes easier. You know the hairline, you fit the blade easier, and it's an important point. When you enter and out, if you watch it, James' lecture, this is a lecture, the entry point and the out point, it really counts for the finishing. The dermograph, different from the body, for you to get a structure of a natural blade, very thin, with body, and then thin again. It depends on the entry point and the output. The body, we can do it when it touches the skin and then it runs, not the dermograph. It's the needle is tipping. If you do not have skill to hold it on and put it into the skin slightly, you have the blade and a point, the dermograph, and then you have a point, and you lose the structure of the blade. That should be natural. It should be thin. So train, especially EVA. This material is excellent if you use the dermograph to train entry point and output. EVA has a very soft structure. Everything that you do in this, there is pigment already. Automatically, you can dose your hand. If it's heavy or not, train. If you use the dermographer, you have difficulty in the weight of the hand. Use this EVA tissue and go entry point and output. The blade, you need the entry point that is very thin, the body, and then the out point that is soft. I had a video, but it's not here, but it's going to be available on my Instagram. This entry point running through the skin and coming out. If you have difficulty, you see how I draw the line using the dermographer. It's on EVA, the tissue. Motor coordination, I think that's the highest difficulty if you use the dermograph. The motor coordination, so you master the machine and just enter the skin when you want. You keep the pressure constantly and put it up. And this you can only achieve with the constant training, because people that learn to use the dermograph think it's difficult and leave it up. Whenever 3 months without using a dermograph, and then they say, now I want to train dermograph. When they get, you see difficulty, because you are not used to the weight, the rattling. If you train constantly, dermograph for me is as light as a feather, because I do it every day, constantly. The dermograph, I do not feel the tremor anymore. And whatever brand, the dermograph helps, but if you give me a very bad dermograph, I can execute the technique the same way. I will have more difficulty, yes, because the dermograph is bad, but I can master it there. So practice. If you want to use the dermograph, you have to practice constantly for the hand, and you master the machine to the point only touching the skin when you want and leave when you want. Constant pressure. Constant pressure is when you enter the skin and you keep the needle without oscillation. Because when you enter the skin and the needle and the pressure is not constant, the needle will get further in a place and not in others. So this blade automatically is going to be more saturated in a place, less saturated in another place, and the healing is going to be not uniform. So get into the skin constantly and keep the pressure constant. Hold it up, stretch and support your hand so the needle keeps the stability, not to have oscillation in the depth. And know how to pass over with accuracy. When you pass over, in my case, in my technique, I'm talking about the experience that I have. There are professionals that go with blades just passing once. I like to pass it over. It's something that I do. I have a good healing process. I think because I pass it over, because I am sure that the blade was well implemented. I see if there is need for overpassing, so I pass it over twice in this procedure, and I use the finishing touch. The first pass, the second pass, and then I finish up in the base, underneath, whenever needed. But everything, I have the safety of my hand, so I pass the same blade without making it thicker, right? Important points to implement the technique. This is also something that is basic, but I see professionals with difficulty because they learned an old technique. That's not wrong, but nowadays we have simpler ways of doing it. For example, high needle. When I learned back then, I learned with lower needle. What I mean, a difficulty to see it in the skin. When the tip touches the skin, the pigment was there, my procedure was blurred. and the blades were blind. So after I learned the use of the needle of the dermograph in a higher position, if you do not do things this way, test it, try it, and you see it's much better. You can work in a clean way, you can see the needle touching the skin, also to pass it over. When you pass it over, you see where the needle is, if it's on the blade, if it's exactly on the point that you wish to pass it over. So try to use higher needle. And if you touch the dermograph on the skin, the pigment is not coming up, your needle is too high, so you decrease it. Because if the needle is too high, the pigment is not coming out, it just hurt the skin, not implementing the pigment. So the dosage that I have and the size of the needle is exactly this. It has to be high enough, but the pigment has to come out. The stretching point, I just pass it over a blade where I have my stretching point. And if you do not know and you cannot stretch it, you stretch with these two fingers and use the other finger holding the dermographer for a triangle. So you have a tension point. I just pass it over where the skin is stretched. Because the needle of the dermograph, it passes on a skin that is not stretched enough, automatically it enters deeper. And it gets stuck sometimes. I have seen it. You pass a blade and the needle gets stuck, and then I have seen it. And it damages work. Learn from my mistakes and stretch it up that skin. Dermograph needs to have a tension point, so the needle gets nice and easy without getting stuck, without going too deep, right? And this is the time that I have left? Yeah? Wow, I talk too much. Continuous movement or dragging. Normally, I have my blades in a continuous movement when you get into the skin up to the end of the blade. There are students that have difficulty if you rather have movements, dragging. It's also nice. You can have a skill that is higher and you finalize the curve of the blading. That is a video that's going to be available for you. You have the two pieces of movement. Continuous, the one that you get into the skin and get it out in the end, or the ones that you drag. You bring in a single blade out in that movement. That is also nice. And just pass it over when you can really see it. That is aspect of vision. Do not pass it over the blade when there is hair on top, because you do not see it, and then you are going to have a double blade or passing over in a wrong place, and the accuracy is lost, and the healing does not look so good later. Here we have step-by-step of my scheme. If you have difficulty, if you are at home, and if you have a piece of paper, if you not have a specific scheme, take notes. This is so easy and simple. It works for everybody. The only thing that I change is the guide blade. I'm going to show you. If the hair of that client goes down in the beginning, you have the blade going up and down. If the hair gets down in the beginning, you just place the guide blade in the beginning. That's the only thing that changes. As my clients have a pattern of shape, most of them have the hair ascending to the half of the brow, and the half to the end it's descending. So that is a standard for this scheme, because it's easier to have a constance in my work.
And doing that in a simple way. So these little initial strands, it's for people who have difficulty with the curving of the strands. So the very first one, you already work with a great inclination and always below where you marked it. So every time I do my procedures, the first one actually, you try to do the curvature inside the little box that you marked. Why? Because if you need, a little bit of a finishing touch, then it would be easy for you to do that without making one side thicker than the other. So you have to work inside this box, and then if you need some other detail, you are actually able to do it. So I work with these 3 standard strands. And then you start going down, and then I do my guide line over here, starting with the 3rd strand. I do that, and I take it to the tip. So I divide it a little bit above the middle line. So I divide it a little further up because I like it when I do more ascending blades. So, you know, that's better for micropigmentation. So I like the strands going up. So this is just to show you the guide wire. It's a little space for the upper strands. So that's the way I do it, and you can try and do that yourself if you like. And then after that, the ones of you that are at home, I hope you wrote this down. And let's keep going. So over here I put some other strands in case the patient does not have, the client does not have any that go down. So the ones that go up to the middle and then the ones that go down. Okay? So this guide wire, look at the space that I have for the ones that go up. It's a very small space, and I still have a lot of difficulty to do these upper strands. Since it's a smaller space, it's much easier, right? You have less to fill in. So if you have difficulty in this sort of thing, this is the tip. Leave a very small area for the upper strands. And look at how I do not separate this into 2. It's above the midline. Next, please. And then in the midline, these strands in the midline, that's basically the continuation of the initial strands. But instead of ending in the border of the marking, it's going to go above the guide wire. So all of them will be part of that. Have you heard of the highway? Nobody watches James's lives. So they all need to have a curvature to go into this guide wire. So if you do it straight, you lose the ending of the tip, right? It's going to look like a fish spine. So always when you get to the guide wire, you do a little bit of a curve to go into this guide wire. So that's something that also makes a difference. It makes a difference. It seems to be very small, but it does make a difference. And it's the same spacing. And notice that I left some space for the branching between the strands. So the first thing, what I left at first, it's the same thing to the tip. So it's very symmetrical. I am a little of a perfectionist here. I want to do this correctly. So these are the midlines. And then the upper lines, look at that. Look at how delicate it is. So I don't leave a space. I don't do any ramification of these upper strands. I just, put them one beside the other. If you have difficulty in doing that, go on the border of your marking and go into the guide wire. You can make a curve to go into that. And then you're going to have the correct alignment, not difficult. So my time is almost up. Ramification. So you can work on the ramification as a whole, or if you want to work only in the beginning, you can do that too. And when the customer has a lot of hair, I do that in the beginning, and that's where it's going to appear in the picture. The rest, I can have direct wires one after the other, and this is all branched because when the hair is a little lighter and I'm going to have my strands are going to appear more, my work is really detailed, right? So notice that the ramification is for the front strand. I do it for this one over here. And my ramification is for this one. Some people do it for the one at the back. I do it the one in the front. And there's the other one that fills in. So it comes out of the ramification, and then you have laser. So this goes in, and this is filled in. It comes from this strand, and the strand comes out here. So I like to come out here because it seems that it's more connected. All right? And than the ones from the beginning. So this is very simplified. I do that from the beginning. I do that a little shorter. It does not come from the base. It is not the same level as this one here. It's just a little bit above that. And then it's a little straighter, and then on the top I incline it a little bit, because then I can actually work on the beginning of the eyebrows. I don't know what happens in your city, but in Goiânia, the girls like a square start or a more defined start. And just to not make it that square, I sort of give it a break here, over here. So a slight inclination, just to make it natural. So it's not 100% my taste, it's not 100% my customer's taste. So we're both satisfied as a result of that. And then it's simple for you to do it on the other side as well, because it was also very difficult to do an eyebrow where one side is inclined and one side is straight. So if it is simpler, I'm able to leave all of my eyebrows in quality standard, but it's not a seal. It's not something that I do for everyone. Every customer has a different profile. So the final outcome really depends on what we have, depends on, it's the same thing everywhere, but it seems to be different, and my time is up.
Aqui, ó, a trama aplicada a uma cliente. Aquela fotinha que estava no início, para vocês verem como que fica.
Just for you to see what it looks like.
Com a corzinha diferente para vocês verem aqui, ó. Que às vezes a cliente não consegue diferenciar.
Sometimes the customer can't see it, right? It's the same thing. And it's a very short, it's a very small space. So if you have difficulty here, you start applying it, and you see if it's working or not. And if you have any difficulty, send it to me. Send me a direct message. I'll answer your questions. But try to do the easiest one first, just so you know that all of this is done. The dermograph is a little more difficult. So if you do it in a simpler way, the final outcome is easier. And over here, more pictures, but applied to other customers. And over here, the results. It's also possible to have these very fine strands. You just have to do it perfectly, right? And then something that I saw on the internet, and we do this. It's excellent. So the dermograph is difficult, but if you practice enough, it gets easier, and then you get excellent work done. So that's it. Thank you very much. This is my QR code for my Instagram, and if you want to follow me, it's difficult to talk about the strands on a dermograph because you have to get the customers doing that, but I'm very accessible, and any questions you may have, I will answer. That was my first official presentation here in São Paulo, so yes, I am nervous. I hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully the people at home also enjoyed it. And I will be here. Hopefully we will have more professionals using a dermograph, because that works out for everyone. And that's it. Thank you. So this is what I like.
Obrigada, amada.
Amei.
Esse controlinho
Amamos, né?
Eu devolvo.
Amamos.
Aqui. Obrigada.
Gente, e agora nós teremos o aquário.
Okay, and now we're going to go to the aquarium. We have two incredible artists. Look over here in the VIP room. So this is a place where Lu Cândido from RB Club, she is the one that is watching you, and she's giving you this opportunity, choosing everyone, and It looks beautiful, right?
Tá tudo preparado aí?
Are you ready?
Preparado, Babi?
Okay, are you ready, Babi? Yeah? Okay.
Tá aí, Babi?
Right, so I have Andressa Luciano. She has been working with micropigmentation for 5 years, and for 3 years she's a specialist in lips, so she's revitalizing male lips. Yeah, that's right. And it's very simple, but it's fantastic outcomes. No lines, no markings, no lipstick effect. The idea is to vitalize this, and people want to do it because they have very pale lips, and we revitalize this to leave it with a color that seems healthy, beautiful, very natural. We've already done this. I've already touched the upper part. I'm going to do this side over here now. And we can see that there are no borders, right? Sometimes we see pictures on the internet of men, bearded men, and with lipstick, right? Just like James said, and I don't like it. Yeah, the color over here, it's much more beautiful than what you see on the screen. You're going to post it on social media, right? Yes, yes. It looks beautiful, yeah. So tell us what colors you used for this revitalization. So Red Life, which is a hot red, and a little bit of a diluter to break it down. I do not use any light colors. I don't use pink because I know that red is going to degrade. Red Life. Red Life, yeah. Look, looks really natural. Yeah, on the video we cannot see the actual color, but it's perfect. And his lips over here, it's slightly purple on the borders, but just the Red Life helps. I don't have to neutralize him first. It's very homogeneous. It's perfect. And you're an artist, right? You regenerate beauty, yes. Look at what RBKollors does for the artists that use the brand. So brands, hashtags, because there's always somebody looking, right? And Luca Angelo, our official person for that, and they always send me images on Instagram, and they ask me how you can do that so that you can be seen by RB. So the way that RB is able to find the artist is through the hashtags. There's no other way. So all of the procedures, everything that you do, put our hashtag Lucândido, hashtag RB, and then she can find you, and you're going to be here with us. Look at this opportunity. Isn't that incredible? Perfect, B. Okay, what needle is she using? That's one of the questions. I'm using long tape and Biomaze as well. It's a wonderful cartridge. I work with a needle little on top. Yeah, it's great. It's great. We can see it really well. Great. And then she's going to post the procedure on her Instagram. What's your Instagram like? At Andressa Luciano. Okay. Yeah, just follow her over there. All right? What about the other aquarium? Thank you. Okay, remember, for those who just got here, remember that the whole site of RBKollors has a 50% discount in the Regenerate, and the site is full of things in the premium line and the kids, and there's a discount. So go in and check it out and go shopping and take advantage of the 50% discount. And now, John is in the other aquarium with another artist doing another procedure. Okay, so we're going to, yeah, he's positioning the camera. Yeah. All right. Look at that. So, John, over to you. Vivi, oh my God, I've already learned so much. I got a lot of tricks. Oh my God. So I wanted you to introduce your technique. It's really very interesting. And besides the natural quality, you also, have a lightness in the color. And sometimes we think that natural is just the mesh itself of the eyebrow. No, over here, I work with Déborah, and I usually say I don't really, do too much. It's a procedure where I try to simplify it and no effects on the design. I like the natural aspect, the structure of the eyebrow. All of this is analyzed, and also what the strands are doing, right? So I like to work according to the customer's strands as much as possible when we're talking about blading. And I like to create things. In my work, I also say that it's more personalized for each customer. So I like to analyze several factors to do work like this. So I analyze the texture of the skin, which is very important. I also see many professionals, especially the beginners, and they question about the oily skin, and it's something, I'm able to work with the strands in an oily skin. I get these outcomes, but I also analyze the texture of the skin. Of course, there's going to be oily skin or porous skin, and we're not going to be able to work with Déborah. What I see is that, she has dilated pores, right? So can the cameraman try to show the view from the top? I think we're going to be able to see it better. Yeah, take a look over here. Yeah, so people at home can see how delicate this mesh is. So, yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Look how incredible it is. So when my customer has concentration of hairs somewhere, I don't really connect the hairs. What I like to do is analyze all of these strategic points where I have more and less strands. So, each one. So looking at this, she fits in, from the middle to the end, and the concentration is higher. So there's a density at this side, and there's a better density, right? But I think you can see it here on this side. There's a density in this area, that's right. Yeah, in the middle. So in this region over here, I don't really do this 100%. I don't really see that as a need, right? And I also don't like when, it's just too natural, doing work that is too aligned. So I like to work without, 100% of alignment. Yeah, it's more of a flow. Yes, so I'm going to remove the anesthetic. My design is very simple, without, a lot of complication. So you said you have the preference of using organic pigments, right? Yes. And so talk about where you are. I am from Souza in Paraíba. Oh, wow. From Paraíba in the Northeast. And it's a characteristic of the skin, right? The northeastern skin. And there is like a more organic pigment, right? They want that. So this pigment has a high content of pigment. So it's more of the depth that we have to look at, and it's the color as well. So, for example, over here I'm using Jambo, and this is the color. I use it in all blondes, and I'm able to have a good color that is going to be close to the hairs that the customer has. I don't have to do retouching. I don't like doing the finishing touches, right? I think it's very important for us to have this knowledge, as I said, of the texture of the skin. Because the pressure of the hand, very few people know, especially the beginners, very few beginners who are professionals, they really have to pay attention to the pressure of the hand because every texture of the hand is a different kind of pressure, right? It's not the same. And you also have to pay attention to the points. For example, I'm going to say that all 4 starting points, we have the arching. It's not the same depth. Yes, that's right. So you really have to pay attention to that because you can have a problem of not fixing it, right? Yeah, and especially in terms of arching towards the tip. So you have to pay attention to several factors. So how can I identify the texture of my customer's skin? That's very important. I always have to analyze not only the oiliness. In my region, most customers have an oily skin. So I analyze it like this. So moisturizing, if it's a customer that takes care of the skin, if, the customer takes care and has a lot of fat in the skin or thick skin. So I analyze everything, all of these factors. And do you work with different blades according to the skin, or is it always the same one? Well, in fact, I like to work with the 11 flex, so I'm able to do short and curved blades. And yeah, I'd like you to tell us about your Instagram because you're going to have to show your result on the Instagram, and I'd like you to do an implant for people to see. Oh, okay, great. Okay, so my Instagram is Studio Josiane Sarmento, Josiane with a Y, yeah, Josiane, N-Y at the end, Sarmento, Studio, Juliana Sarmento, Studio Josiane Sarmento. So I received a few visits in the aquarium. They were shocked with the color Jambo, but I'm going to make a proposal for the professionals who are here and for those who are watching at home as well. So if you are interested, I can actually do a mentorship, a 1-month mentorship. And so guys, pay attention to this. You're getting a 30-day mentorship to learn how to do this sort of implant. So you're going to move over to, you're going to go to my Instagram, follow me, and my assistant will contact everyone so that we can actually make a group in WhatsApp, and then we're going to have this sort of contact, right, and answer questions. I'm going to love having this experience, and I'm going to enjoy receiving other experiences from my colleagues and also share more. So, Josiane Sarmento, direct call, yeah. So do an implant for us to see, yes. Let me just put a drop. So the people who are at home, the people who are here in this session, we're going to make an implant for you to see. It's 14 flex, right? No, 11 flex. Okay, perfect. Is that going to work out? Let me see. Okay, look how subtle what a subtle thing she does. Look how much I'm trembling. I'm nervous. Oh, the other side was perfect. So let's go to the other side so we can see better. So we're stretching 3 points. Yeah, I don't like to stretch the skin. Okay, so you don't stretch too much. Okay, that's what I do. And then I get support, but I don't really stretch the skin. I really don't pressure the area a lot. Okay, so she stretched it, positioned the blade, and pulled it through. Look how interesting. Not a lot of ink, yeah, not a lot of pigment. Yeah, I like something clean so that I can view it better, right? I can see my strand, especially the angulation of my T-bore, which is very important. You have to be very careful So you don't incline it too much, and it will be a problem. It's always 90 degrees. That's incredible.
Josiane, let's pass it through. Josiane Sarmento, studio. Let's see on the stage, Viviane and Babila, so they continue. Now, here we are with the next presenter, ready to get on the stage, isn't it? Yeah. And we are going to say that Latin America has a mix of races so big. We have heard this before today, because we have Europeans, Asian, African people, and this mixed all the races that makes us be one-of-a-kind people. But with all these mixed races, what happened? Most of the times we have results of lips that are purple, brown, and this because of this mixing of races. And then what we need, most of the times we see people in our clinic because they want to change those colors. And then what? What do we need to do for those people? We need to understand what kind of technique we need to use, what colors. And this presenter will teach us how to get results in lips that are brown and dark. Let's call him together. Come to us, André Lima. André, welcome. The floor is all yours. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great joy to be here on this stage. I have been to many stages, but I was looking forward to share my knowledge with you. And thanks to RBKollors, Renata, for this opportunity to share my knowledge, my experience in micropigmentation. My experience in micropigmentation is very important when the professional get up to the stage, because they know all the development of their technique or the choice, the right color, the right pigment. And then I was invited to talk about lips. That's my new passion. I can tell you that. Lips, 20 years ago, this week I turned 40 years in my career, 20 years in micropigmentation. We have never had so many chances. Vânia is here, so many opportunities, Vânia, to have lips with this result that we have now. We're using micropigmentation. In the past, we outlined, and that was it. The outline was nice in 3 months, and later, nothing. And then Renata said, André, you are going to talk about lips of the Chilean women. Wow, I can do it. There's nothing better than talking about lips. But before that, we get to know more about this culture, about this Chilean woman. Are there differences from the Brazilian woman? They are powerful, as you are. They are vain. They like to take good care of themselves. But the research says that they are so vain. They like to take good care of themselves. And then I searched. I went to the Chilean consulate because I had the chance to be in many places all around the world. And I visited Chile 3 or 4 times to teach. And I had this contact already, but I really needed a Chilean model to showcase you. And then I placed on Instagram, did not find this Chilean woman. And then the embassy I was, and I said, I need a Chilean woman for lips. And then you are going to understand that. It's interesting, before anything, to get to know more the anatomy of lips before thinking about correct colors for neutralization. Before choosing, select that pigment, it's important to get to know what there is behind that pigment. So when you see a client, a Chilean client, a Brazilian client, a woman, or also a man, you need to see their expectation. What can you offer them? And in this consultation, I observed a very important piece of detail. The Chilean population especially is from the European origin. 95% is considered as white. You see how interesting that is? And this happens in our service. Very often you see light-skinned person, that client with a fair skin, volumes, lips, already with pigmentation that is absent in the region, and you say, how come don't they need lighter lips? Because the lighter skin is the melanin in the reddish colors, but my client lips is grayish, is dark. Why? It happens in the world, this mix of races. And then I researched further, and then I observed that behind that Chilean woman, that is also their ancestors, and especially indigenous origin. And then we see the result of darker lips and voluminous lips. That's what happens also with the Brazilian woman. We have pigmented lips and lips that are thicker. And micropigmentation for lips, we always seek that knowledge of colorimetry to color the lips, because that pigment is natural, that pigment already is present in those lips. And then what happened, André? I have to observe the color of my client's lips in order to select their correct color. Yes, yes, there are three pillars. They are the technique, the color, and the skill of the professional in order to get good results. Why am I telling you that? Because I observed that some occurrences for lips, not because of the product, but lack of knowledge of the technique or the color that you are using. And nothing better to talk about color. We need to observe. Everybody knows about it, the knowledge of colorimetry. And looking at you, I know most of you, the participants here, I observe that here we have different professionals. They have already studied these professionals that seek more and more knowledge on the correct color to be applied. And I say I have to teach them a little bit further because they know this already. They are already professionals. And then what happens? Colorimetry is a basic knowledge, universal knowledge. You see how nice it is? I feel comfortable in my lecture here because when you talk about colorimetry and pigmentology, everything is universal. The same consulting business for this Chilean woman I have for the Brazilian woman. Also, if I get a woman in Europe, fair skin, so I have to understand that pigmentology is connected to colorimetry, and that's the main point when we study colors. You know why? In 2008, the Anvisa resolution 2008, article RDC 55, the knowledge of pigments is there in this legislation. Anvisa is present to bring safety to that professional, also taking good care of their health, because we are implementing a pigment in the skin with a higher durability in time. So it's safe when you are already taking care of the product. And thinking further, the professional sometimes is lost to understand that the colorimetry is something from the past in micropigmentation, but now it's interesting to seek more knowledge for pigmentology, because 2008 up to 2015 there was nothing as results for lips. 2015 we had a very interesting congress Congress, Brazil was present, presenting work. Brazil opened doors for the professionals, foreign professionals. And there was my reference, because I had no reference before that. There was no reference on pigmentology. We had reference on colorimetry. Pigmentology was further away from the micropigmenters in Brazil. And then I started watching that lecture, GISPER, and I said how interesting that topic is. Pigmentology acts differently from colorimetry. And from that point on, I deep dive my knowledge, and I got charmed by pigmentology and colorimetry. Micropigmentation is a set. You have good technique, of course, but also knowledge is important on what you are using. Why we have this difference? And I prove you now. Everybody had the experience of lip neutralization, right? And what is the fundamental color that we use to neutralize lips? Orange, perfect. And then when the client comes back, it is pink. Pink. What does it happen? Colorimetry, it could be neutralized, but it's pink. Do you agree with me? In colorimetry, could be a different pathway because orange is opposite to the darker colors, as you observe on that slide. So I would having a neutralization, but why is pink now? You see how interesting it is? Pigmentology working in a neutralization. Because the main aspect on durability, because the pigments, they have stability. When you place a pigment onto a skin, you place there particles. Here I have some particles for you. Particles of pigment. I'll open it up, but I'm not going to get the stage dirty. Here you can see, that's what is implanted in the client's skin. And every particle in a different color, you have different particles. And pigmentology is very important, because in orange, if you observe, there are some colors there with a higher stability. For example, white is higher, the stability of white. Yellow has a lower stability on durability. The origin is organic anyway, and it's at this point that what lasts in the client's lips is red and white. That's why there is a reflection of pink during neutralization. Yellow was important to be safe when the industry, when RB prepared the pigment for neutralization, so we are safe enough. But it's not the main aspect for neutralization. It's the opposite, as you can see on the chart. Yellow is opposite to purple, but the durability is lower. So that's why when we have the knowledge of colorimetry together with pigmentology, this process, we see different results, and it's important to know about these results that we are going to see ahead. It's important to be safe enough, because 20 years working already in this profession, how many times the client finishes up and I say, dear God, let's see, and they giggle, you know, when they select the pigment, when you select the color, and now we are safe enough, we feel comfortable, because now the pigment is ready, is prepared with quality, showcasing everything that is behind it. Is when you go and when you are safe enough, what are you going to do on those lips? Neutralization is going to turn those lips white. I get so upset when I see this happening, because the profession did not select the color correctly and say the product is no good. That's not it. The selection of colors, has a higher power of coverage, because because of titanium dioxide. It was not the pigment. It was the lack of knowledge on that product to be used correctly. Right? And then those lips, I have seen in Chilean lips, lots of things that I see in Brazilian lips as well. That outline that is darker in brown, that part of the vermilion that is lighter. And then I have to understand that I'm working with coverage pigments. When I apply them, you are the responsible one for the applications. If I have this topic of neutralization in my hands, I have to invest on those points that are darker. But if the client has this mix, the Chilean, the Brazilian as well, that the outline of the lips, the vermilion of the lips is darker, and the wet part is lighter, so the application has to be careful, lower in the lighter red, and the darker red, you invest more, is where you can control. You need techniques for that. Of course, the technique is connected to the pigment, so you can have a good result, all right? And for that, in this slide, we can see the difference of the studies of colorimetry for lips. Colorimetry for pigmentology, you see what? The presence of white. There is no black in a region, in a pigment that you have selected. There are not in big amount. So it is not highlighted. Me, personally, I do not think it's safe because the region of the lips, you have the characteristics of a pigment that is organic. Organic pigment has more light, more power of coverage, and then you have, it's easier and it's safer during the process of healing because that color will keep on vibrating. But in organic colors, they are opaque. My pigment, when I choose it, the color, and it's mixed in colors, I feel safe enough. But when I work in the lips with 100% pigment that is inorganic, I have that color that is off and the lips do not accept. We are working, we are used to the eyebrow, but here we have a different anatomy for lips. I really need a pigment and a power of tinting that is higher. Especially, be careful of that now. There are some pigments, that's why I like when I choose what to use in my micropigmentation. When I started over in my career, I chose the pigments that are safer because RB already works with this idea of organic for lips in order to have a tinting power higher when there is titanium dioxide. This one here, this little guy here, people are afraid of working with it. Sometimes for correction is wonderful, you see. When you implement this pigment, its characteristic is inorganic, and then you say, André, inorganic one, doesn't it have little durability? Doesn't it degrade faster? But titanium dioxide has the classification as inorganic, but the stability is higher. So it becomes a pigment that has a higher power of tinting and with a higher durability as well. So if I do not have present when I neutralize a pigment that is organic, that has this power of tinting of my inorganic one, when I light it up, you see the white area. So the pathway is simple. But now, everything, when you buy your pigment, everything is informing you, all the CIs, color indexes, FDA and Anvisa that are in charge of them. So if you travel abroad, everything is already there, CI showcasing the pigment. And nothing better than knowing your pigment. And I really need to call to the stage to understand more about it. This little guy here, when I see this color, my eyes are sparkling. I'd like you to identify what is there inside this pigment. I invite you to the stage to share this stage with me. Big pigment.
Ó, com musiquinha.
And he has his tune.
Ó, reboladinha, pigmentão.
Can you dance for us, Pigmento? Big Pigment.
Vem aqui, deixa eu te
Come
ajudar.
here, let me help you up.
Gente, aqui está o nosso
And here
companheiro
is our
do dia a
companion
dia,
every
o
day,
nosso pigmento.
our pigment.
E por que que a gente não
Why
conhece um pouquinho
don't
mais
we know
profundo a
more
respeito
what's
dele?
inside
Eu tenho
it?
que ter segurança,
I
ele
have
não
to
tem
be
que ser
safe
aquele carinha
enough.
que
It's
quando eu
not
vou
that
escolher
little
a
guy
cor
when I choose
selecionar
the
a cor, eu
color
tenho
and select the
medo.
color. I'm afraid of
Por
it
quê?
because
Todas as informações,
all the information,
apesar que esse pigmento
although this pigment
está
here
aqui, o
is
pigmentão,
here, big
ele tem uma
pigment,
personalidade
he has a
um pouquinho
personality that is
misteriosa, né,
mysterious,
pigmentão?
isn't it? Wow, it is, it is.
Por que que ele tem
Why
uma
is this
personalidade
personality
um
so
pouquinho misteriosa?
mysterious?
Dá uma giradinha, pigmentão.
Turn around, turn it. Wow.
Ué,
What's wrong?
cadê o CI?
What
desse
is this?
pigmentão?
What is the CI of
Então,
this
gente,
pigment?
ele é misterioso.
It's
Vocês não sabem
mysterious.
o que
You do not know what's inside. You do not know what's inside this
Então, a gente tem que
pigment.
consultar.
So we
Por
have to
quê?
check
Já os
why.
pigmentos, quando
The
vem pra
pigments,
gente,
when they
compra
come to us,
você,
when we
pigmentão,
buy
ele
you
já vem
pigment,
aqui atrás,
already
marcado
behind
CI.
we see the CI.
Então, o que
So
existe por
what
trás?
is
O que vai
behind?
diferenciar?
What is make a
Toda a
difference?
composição do
The
pigmento,
composition
ela
of the
está aqui
pigment is
escrita
here,
para vocês
described, so
conhecerem
you
um pouquinho
know
melhor, que é o
more.
CI. Tem a
CI,
composição,
that is the
glicerina,
composition,
água
glycerine,
industrializada.
industrialized
Isso é o que
water.
meio físico
That is the
que vai
physical
envolver
media
o seu
that
pigmento,
involves
aquele
your
que eu mostrei
pigment.
pra
I
você,
showed you
que
before,
tem possibilidade de
so you
implantar
can
na pele.
implement on the skin.
E aí eu vou
And then
selecionar
I
a
will
cor. E
select the
nada melhor,
color.
vamos descobrir pra mim.
Let's find out for me,
Esse pigmentão
this pigment
podia ser tanto red sand.
could be red
tão
suns.
apaixonado.
I'm in love with you. Red sun, are you red sun? I'm in
Mas
love with
esse
you.
pigmentão,
But this
ele não quer
pigment
dizer o
does
que
not
existe ali por
mean
trás dele.
what's behind
Porque ele
it
não tem o
because
CI.
we do not see a
Mas dá mais
CI
uma
here. But
viradinha,
turn around one more
pigmentão.
time, pigment. Wow.
Agora vamos mostrar a essência
Let's
aqui
show
desse
the
pigmentão. Vamos lá.
essence of this pigment.
Primeiro,
First,
o que vocês visualizam?
what
Que
can you
cor que
see?
vocês
What color
visualizam?
do you see?
Vermelho.
Red.
Qual é a cor?
What is the color?
Insano.
Insane.
Quando a gente vai estudar
When
a
we
cor,
study that color,
tem que precisar.
we
Ali,
need
o cuidado.
to see.
Obrigado, viu,
Thank you.
pigmentão?
Thank you
Ai,
so
que lindo, né?
much.
Ele
You are
fez. Se quiser
beautiful.
ficar aqui, ó,
Would you like to be here?
fica à vontade.
Feel free and stay here
Tá
if
bom,
you
então
want
deixa eu te
to.
ajudar.
Let
Vamos
me
lá,
help you
palmas pro
down.
pigmentão.
Applauses
Que
to
agora a gente vai
pigment.
mostrar o
Let's
serviço
hear
do
for
drink
it.
dele.
Let's
Ó, ó,
see
ó,
what's
pezinho.
inside. Careful,
Oh.
careful down.
Tem pegadinha aí na minha palestra.
No tricky. Do not fall, right?
Então,
So,
o que será que existe
what
por
is
trás
behind
dessa cor que eu
this
estou
color
visualizando?
that I can
Porque
see?
cor,
Because
a gente tem que tomar muito
color,
cuidado.
we have to
A
be
minha cliente, já
careful.
que me
My
pediram
client
vermelho
asked me
perolado.
the red
Meu
pearl
Deus
red.
do céu,
I said,
vermelho
dear
perolado,
God, red
né? Tem um
pearl,
vermelho insano,
that
pode
is
ser.
insane red. Can it
Mas
be
eu falo,
insane
perfeito,
red?
eu
But I
tenho
say
essa cor,
perfect. I have
cor
this color,
nova,
of course, it's a
tá?
new
E
color.
vocês vão entender o
And then you
porquê.
understand why I
Olha
tell
lá.
them that.
O CI, que é
CI,
o Color Index,
that is the color
o que vocês
index,
vão encontrar?
you find it.
77891.
Z7891, titanium
Essa cor,
dioxide.
quando ela
This
está
color, when it is
saturada, quando você vê
saturated, when you
muita
see
presença
too much its
dessa tonalidade,
presence of this
ele é um
color,
pigmento
it is a
de
pigment
cobertura.
of coverage.
A cobertura,
Coverage
ela tira a
removes
transparência
the
do que está
transparency
refletindo.
of the
Ela
reflection.
não é uma cor
It's not a neutralizing
neutralizante
color, not
ainda. Ela dá
yet,
cobertura.
but it's a
Ela vai
coverage
deixar
in color.
as cores que
All the
está
colors that are
envolvida
involved
junto,
are together there,
refletir melhor.
reflecting better.
É na hora que a gente faz aquela
When you
cobertura.
cover
Vocês
it
assistiram
up,
na palestra
you
anterior,
watched the
ela
previous
fazendo aquela
lecture
camuflagem
when she
belíssima
was
ali,
hiding the
interagindo com o
camouflage
tom da
procedure,
pele.
interacting
Então
with the
ele tem
skin
essa
color.
finalidade,
That's the
que é o
objective
dióxido de
here.
titânio,
Titanium dioxide
77891,
77891 that I have just presented.
Depois tem
Then
alguns
we have
pigmentos
some pigments
aqui que
here.
eu trouxe para vocês, se vocês de casa também estão
At home you can
acompanhando.
also
Opa,
see.
passei muito. O CIs,
CI,
eu particularmente,
I personally,
antes de
before
ver o resultado,
seeing the
treinei
result,
muito,
I have trained a
observei
lot, I have
cada
observed
resultado,
each and
cada
every
cor
result for
única,
each and every
e
color,
aí
and
encontra-se
then we see
pigmentos
pigments
vermelho
that are red,
orgânico,
organic ones,
o 15850, ele não tem tanta
5850,
estabilidade,
there is
tem
no much
durabilidade,
stability, there is durability,
mas o
but
12745 é o
12745
vermelho
is
primário
the
na parte da
primary red
colorimetria.
for
Então, red
colorimetry,
sand.
red
Você pode
sand.
observar que ele é
You see
puro.
that is pure.
Eu tenho esse pigmento,
I have this
olha no
pigment.
kitzinho
You
quando eu
see
vou
my
atender
kit
cliente.
when I see my clients. Here it is.
Apertadinho aqui.
It's in
Eu
my
tenho
pocket. Here it is.
pigmento,
A pigment.
meio o rosinha, que
The
daqui a pouquinho
pink
eu vou falar
one.
para vocês.
I will talk more about
eu
it
tenho
later.
2
I have 2.
e 3.
3.
Esses são os carinhas
These are the
principais.
little guys, the main ones.
Por quê?
Because
Eu
I
considero
consider
eles no estudo da
them
cor
when I
primária.
study primary colors. They
Por
are
exemplo,
primary. For example,
12745.
12745,
Vermelho orgânico.
organic red.
Esse vermelho,
This red
ele
here
faz já aquele aquecimento
just
nos
heat
lábios.
up the
Se
lips.
você utilizar
If you
esse
use this
vermelho,
red,
você vai ter
you have
resultados. Aliás,
the
André vai ficar
results.
forte.
André
Então,
is going
fica
to be
forte.
strong. Yeah,
Isso está dependendo
this
da aplicabilidade
depends
que
on
você
the
está fazendo, da
applicability,
técnica.
the technique that
Tá?
you
Mas
use.
ele é o carinha
But this, the
principal.
main guy,
Ele tem que estar presente.
it has to be present
E
anyway.
os resultados
And the
ficam
results are
fantásticos quando ele tá em
fantastic
grande
when you see the
quantidade.
higher amount
red
of
sand.
it, red
Ele tem
sand.
resultado
The result
fantástico
is
depois da
fantastic
cicatrização.
after the
E dá
healing
aquele
process, and you
vermelho
see
junto com a
that
tonalidade
red
natural
and
dos
the
lábios da cliente.
natural skin
É onde
color,
tem
and then you
diversas
see
tonalidades.
different colors.
Eu fiz, se eu não me engano, foi 48,
It was
45
48-45
atendimentos com red sand
with red
sozinho,
sun alone,
puro.
pure.
Tanto os lábios escuros como os lábios
Dark
claros.
lips,
E aí
light
esperei
lips,
cicatrizar e
and
até
I
apresentar
wait
na
the
palestra
healing
anterior,
process.
mas
I
aí a
was
gente entrou,
presenting,
com aquele
but
problema
we
de não podia
had
ter muita gente.
we do not
E as
have
minhas
many
modelos
people, and my
cicatrizadas, tirei
models
foto,
healed. I
eu tenho
took
até um painel no
pictures,
meu
and I have a
Instagram,
panel on my
cada uma
Instagram
com uma
with
diferença, uma
different
tonalidade
colors,
diferente.
shades
Porque é isso que
different.
envolve. Isso
That's
acontece
that's part
naturalmente.
naturally.
Então não precisa ficar
So
com
there's no
medo,
need
ele
to
tá
be
ali
afraid. It's
presente,
there
ele dá um
present
bom
anyway.
resultado.
The result is good.
Outra tonalidade que eu
Another
vou
color
sempre
that I
encontrar,
always
muito
find,
importante,
and that is also
é o
very
21
important,
110,
21
que é o
and
laranja.
110 orange.
Esse é o cara
And
da
this is the
neutralização
neutralizing guy
na parte da colorimetria.
for
Só que
colorimetry,
para lábios,
but for
ele tem que estar
lips,
presente
it has to be present
junto com
together with
77891, que é o que vai
77891,
dar cobertura.
giving coverage.
E aí você tem aquela
And then you have
neutralização
that neutralization that is perfect, perfect.
Então, estuda
So
essa parte
study this
do
aspect
CIs,
of
que é de grande
CIs and the
importância.
colors, they are so
Você sabe o
important.
que está ali.
You know what's
André, e as
there.
outras
André,
cores?
what about the
As
other
outras cores
colors?
são
The other colors are
fantásticas, porque
fantastic
a
as
mistura
well
já foi
because the
feita
mix
dentro
is
da
ready
indústria.
for the industry.
Então, quando você
So
pega
when
uma
you get a
mistura já
mix
pronta,
that is
por
ready,
exemplo,
already prepared,
Penélope, é mais
Penelope,
seguro
it's
trabalhar com
safer
ele
to
puro
work with it
do
pure
que, às vezes,
than
eu fazer o fulipe
mixing
junto com red
with
sun,
red
se eu não
sun
tenho esse
if I do not have the
conhecimento. Mas
knowledge.
vocês têm que ter um
But you
diferenciado
need a
maior.
differential.
Estuda a
So
pigmentologia,
study
que aí você também
pigmentology
vai
so you can
criar
also create
tonalidades
colors and
ali,
shades,
unindo essas
gathering
cores
all
e tendo
these
resultados
colors
fantásticos,
with a fantastic
tá?
result.
Resultados assim, eu
Results,
particularmente,
I
às vezes nem
especially
retoque.
do not
Ela
touch
veio
up.
neutralizar
They
e ela
come,
falou, André,
neutralize,
chegou a
and I
cor
say,
final. Eu falei,
André,
não, mas
that's
era
the final color. No, I just
neutralização. Agora tá tudo
neutralize.
uma base só.
Now everything is the
Por quê?
same
A neutralização
because
já refletia a cor.
neutralization
Então,
reflects
é
the
aí que
color
tem
already.
a
And then
dificuldade,
you
às
see the
vezes,
difficulty.
os
Sometimes few
profissionais não
professionals
colocam a
do not place
vivência
their
da
experience on
pigmentologia.
pigmentation,
Eu já vi muita
pigmentology.
gente,
I have seen
né,
people
assim, dividir algumas informações
share
a
some
respeito de
information
pigmentologia
about
e
pigmentology,
colorimetria, mas
colorimetry,
não fazer.
but they do
Não
not do
fazer a
it. They do not apply the
micropigmentação,
micropigmentation.
não vê o
They do not
resultado.
see
A
results.
vivência
The
mostra que a
experience shows
pigmentologia
that
ela age
pigmentology
diferente
works
do conhecimento de
differently from
colorimetria.
colorimetry.
E aí está a prova dos
And
nossos
that's the
lábios.
proof in the lips,
Principalmente,
especially
quando você
when you
tem
have
todo o
all
conhecimento
the
dos
knowledge
CIs,
of the
você vai
CIs, and
selecionar
then
a
you
cor
select
correta.
the correct color.
Aí sim você
And then
utiliza
you
o
use
conhecimento da
the
colorimetria.
colorimetry.
Quando você colocar
When you
ali
place
a
there the
classificação
classification
num papelzinho
in a piece of paper
ou num copo d'água
or
que a
in
gente
a
dilui
glass
os
of water to
pigmentos.
dilute the
Isso a gente está
pigments.
estudando
We are
o
studying here the
fundamento da
fundament of
cor. O que
color,
prevalece
what is
mais dentro
prevailing
daquela cor.
in that color,
E o que prevalecer
and what's
mais dentro
prevailing
daquela cor,
more in that
eu vou
color,
ter um resultado
I
melhor
have a better result
de neutralização
on
ou de cor
neutralization
final
or
de
final
lábios.
color for lips.
Estão me compreendendo?
Do you understand that?
Por exemplo, quando você dilui
When
esse
you
pigmento,
dilute
quando
this
você abre
pigment,
esse
when you
pigmento,
open it up,
aqui,
here,
dois pigmentos,
two
o
pigments,
hot,
hot,
você
you
observa
observe
a
the
presença do
presence
branco,
of white,
mas ele não
but it's
prevalece,
not prevailing.
tá? Você consegue
You can
visualizar
visualize
laranja. Você não
orange. You
visualiza
do not
aquele laranja
visualize the orange
esbranquiçado.
that is white.
Então, ele é
So
pigmento
it is a
seguro com uma boa
pigment safe
neutralização
enough for
puro.
neutralization.
Eu utilizo
I use the
neutralização
neutralization
com o hot puro,
with hot, just hot,
porque ele não tem
because
uma
it does not
carga
have
pigmentar
a
tão
load
grande
of
de
pigment
dióxido
as
de
high
titânio.
on titanium
E aí eu
dioxide.
consigo
And then I can
visualizar
visualize
quando
when
você estuda
I
o fundamento,
study
quando
the
você passa o
fundament, when I
pigmento
pass the
e
pigment
visualiza
and
o que está
visualize
prevalecendo em cima
the
daquela cor.
prevailing color.
O que existe por trás dele? Vocês
So
sabem
what is
que dá pra
behind
ter o
it?
CI,
You know that you
pigmento,
can do the CI, that's the pigment, you're going to have an idea about that, but you need to go a little further into that, you know, safety with the colors. So open up the colors
às vezes meu coração dói. Agora mesmo
and look at
saindo
them. Sometimes, you know, it hurts. So I'm in the colorimetry
eu vou pingando assim, eu falo,
in a
Deus,
course, and I said, "Oh my God, I'm dropping different colors." But you know, you have to have contact with the pigment. Is it a waste? Yeah.
gratificante, ele consegue entender, ele consegue
It's actually gratifying when the student can actually know about the colors, right? Learn about the colors. They need to know what the colors offer.
Aqui,
And then over here,
existe uns lábios só com
we have some lips only with
eu
hot.
observo o quê? Aquele efeito do coral, tá? Aquele tonzinho, aquele
So we have the
coral.
coral effect,
Na colorimetria foi exato,
and
era o que eu procurava.
that's exactly what I was
Com o
looking
decorrer
for.
do tempo,
And over
vai
time,
acontecer o que acontece
what is going to happen is whatever happens with what is inside that pigment. So we're going to have red prevailing and also
Só que o vermelho que está
the
por trás
white.
do hot,
But what is behind hot, the red that is behind hot, is what?
12,475.
12,475. So it's going to prevail together with white.
E aí ele se torna assim.
And then it becomes safe.
Vocês têm que tomar muito
And you
cuidado.
really have to be very careful because I've seen a lot of neutralizing pigment that is white with inorganic red. That's, you know, cross it out. And there are some
Infelizmente existe
cases with pigmentation, and
que buscou produto errado.
sometimes you have problems because you looked for the wrong color when you were choosing it. Now, rose is not a pigment that I use
Para
100%, not for neutralization anyway.
para cobertura.
I use it for covering. So what do you mean, André?
Ele tem
Because it has,
formação da cor,
in the formation of the color,
o darling,
full lips, darling, Penelope, and what prevails in this color is red and white. So it does not have a yellowish color that is going to neutralize it, but it's going to provide coverage. What do you mean, André?
os lábios
So we have lips that are hyperpigmented, but they are clear colors. So has that happened to you? They're lighter colors. So they are pigmented lips, but it's not dark, it's not brown, and it's not purple. So it is like, you know, opaque red. There's no glow there, and that's the texture of the formation of the lips. You don't have that glow. So this is the moment that I'm going to select these full lips and darling and Penelope colors. Remember that
eu vou sobrepor
I'm going to
olha que interessante.
overlap with another color at the
Eu
end.
quero que a minha cor final que eu escolhi,
Why? Because I want the color that I chose. So if I chose another color, it's going to prevail in that result, in the healing. So I'm going to differentiate in terms of the
pigmentologia,
colorimetry and pigmentology knowledge. I'm going to differentiate what is a cover, what is a neutralization, and what is a final color. And the final color is what you see, that you do not see. You don't see the presence of the whites. These are the final colors. And why did I put this example? Do you see white in Penelope easily? No. Look at full lips. We can see white very easily. So full lips, I'm not going to use it as a final color. I'm going to use it as a coverage. And you're going to prepare those lips for a final color. When the customer already has these beautiful lips and it's pigmented, they want to use the ones. So I know about that. And it's a pigment for covering for the lips, and it's not really neutralization. So then the question is, André, can I mix full lips with hot? Can I mix Penelope with darling, with hot? So then you're creating a color. It becomes beautiful. But put a little bit of red because it looks beautiful. Okay? So add that. And when you actually look at the color, you will notice that whitish color. So use your primary red. And that's red sun. And then you're going to use a drop of it, and, it's going to be no risk. And let it come out in the final color. It's a fantastic outcome, especially in terms of neutralization. And I noticed this with the launch. So I realized this detail with the launching of the red. When I got Insane Red, Renata said, okay, André, use Insane Red. And there was no tag, there was no label, and I was going to Manaus. When I got there, there was the, this thing about showing the pigment to the customer, and then I finished my hot. And then I had to work with the models. I didn't have any more hot, but I had Insane Red. So what is Insane Red? It prevails, right, in terms of orange, that orangey red. So let me tell you about the results. It also neutralized the dark lips. So Insane Red neutralized dark lips. Why? Because that little mixture that I just showed you, that sort of knowledge, already happened inside the industry, and there's nothing better. And, I've been doing that. The selling of Insane Red is also happening. Why? Because if you don't have hot, you have Insane Red. So it is a pigment that, besides providing a final color, it gives you a great result with neutralization. Have you noticed that? Have you had this experience? Yes? Did you notice? Yes, it neutralizes it. And that's Insane Red. That's fantastic. And what are you going to do about that? Why do we have that neutralizing power? You're going to put, a little chromatic star. So it is basically orange, but you add something to complement the face. You put a neutralizer, and when you look at reddish tones without any excesses, and you have a final color. That's why I like the detail. And it's a pigment that, besides the final color, it's a pigment that is correcting. Because these are what the intercurrences that are happening. Remember the whitish? This is it. Why is that? So the person chose a color for the cover. Oh, but they wanted like a pinkish color. Great, red. Red is going to degrade and become pink, right? Or put a little bit of Penelope, right? And you're going to have this rose color. But now you used a color to do some work And look at how you have to differentiate neutralization. On lips that I'm going to neutralize, I'm not going to do excess cover color. So it's safer for you to work with the orange and with a hot pigment to neutralize. If you want a little bit of a rose color, mix it in. Don't do it directly because you can have this saturation. And then how can you correct it, André? Because it's already saturated, right? So we know that the depigmentation is more work and the sensitivity is higher. And can I make it lighter? Well, you're going to create a color because we already have the presence of excess white. Don't get another compound pigment. Take one that has a pure color, a single pure color, and work on that. So that's why I say that as use that as a correction pigment. And this is just too saturated, especially in terms of neutralization. Why? Because neutralization, besides having to study the whole basis and knowing what actually comes out in that pigment, this is the tip here. You have to know all of the applicability of the neutralization. So you're going to do neutralization. Don't use excess neutralizing color on the border because the border is in a region that is dry. In this transition line, it's very easy to fix the pigment in the transition line. So work with infinite borders. It makes it much easier. And then you do neutralization with infinite borders. And as you can observe in this slide, in that dry red, that's where I have to work. That's where I can see that darker color that I need to neutralize. So work with safety. Now, to work with a little more safety in this region, where we have that dry red, and in the transition line, I give you another tip. The needle, when we talk about very little in saturation, the 3-tip needle gives you very little saturation. Why? Because it is circular. The weld is circular, so the implantation is not as deep as a tip, and it creates that effect. Unless you know the shadowing technique, then it's safe. But if you don't know that 1-tip needle, it could saturate your neutralization pigment. So the best tip is to work with a 3-tip needle for neutralization, and the result of the maneuvers are safer. In the maneuvers, it becomes safer for you to not saturate, and then you will not have the presence of that neutralizing color prevailing. All right? And over here we have the contour. So the contour saturates your pigment. Are you neutralizing with hot? Perfect. And when we do the infinite lines, I'm going to use a drop of my red, because then I'm going to break it down a little, and it's going to become safer, especially because I see that there are many professionals who teach here, and in a classroom that's very easy. In the moment of neutralization, they work on the 3 tips and not starting with the borders, then you're not going to have that mistake in your classroom. All right? And we're going to present a technique. And this is for the Latin, the European, the American woman, the dark lips. The technique is also universal. And over here, I got my Chilean model. This is my Chilean model, and this is something that we don't use in practice in neutralization, but in the classroom, it's great for you to organize that little edge so you don't come out. So in a 3-tip needle, you don't have to do that fast movement. This is the saturation movement. And over here in the oral commissure, where it's darker, I have shorter movements. So I need saturation. I need more neutralization. Now, in the place where I don't need it, where I'm open up that movement, that linear movement, and then you can observe that the saturation goes down. And then the result of that moment where you need to saturate is in the movement. So short movements where you don't want to saturate, and faster movements and you won't have saturation. So over here, this is what you observed. And this is, as you saw, I'm not doing any borders, and they are free of neutralization. And then at the end of the work, I'm going to take care of the details. It's interesting. Do you know what I noticed? This is for, thicker lips, darker lips. There is an edge over here. And then they want to advance. So this is the neutralization color. You cannot advance these borders because there are other treatments for that. You can improve this region, this darker region, okay? And you add value to your work. So do treatment with hydrogloss, and if these borders are blemished, so micropigmentation is great, and then you do neutralization, because my customer wants results. And I have the possibility of having improvements in these blemishes in the border, right? And then this is the result. So neutralized lips without any borders, and they're dark. And then apparently that's the final color. She was happy. So I hope you enjoyed it as well. I hope you enjoyed this neutralization. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Obrigado, pessoal. Eu só agradeço a vocês pelo carinho.
Thank you, RB, Renata, Marcelo, for this opportunity. I'm just going to say that in our profession, we need to have empathy. Renata said this in her last presentation. What is empathy? Empathy is to have empathy. So it means that you're going to put yourself in another person's shoes. And I can say that this new journey of micropigmentation, I have a lot of empathy for you, and you're also doing it for me. So I'm very thankful. And, let's have empathy for each other. Great. Congratulations. Wow, what a presentation. Right? Okay, let's take a picture. Did you see his shoes? Look at his shoes. Wow. Yeah, you have to choose the best. Yeah, so when I lose like 40 kilos, I'm going to borrow your blazers. Okay? All right. Great. Thank you. Take advantage of the product because tomorrow there's no more sale. Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. Great presentation. Did you like it? Yeah. So guys, hi there. Hi there, you guys at home. Let me see if I know anyone. Very enthusiastic. 1, 2. Look at TDH. I missed it. Yeah, I missed it. Okay, kisses to all of you. Great. Okay, look at Mom. Look at Mom making hearts for you. Isn't that cute? They can't see you? Oh, come on, they're doing hearts for you. Look at that, look, they're answering with hearts of their own. Oh, I can see Vanessa, Lillian. Yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. Mom is really excited. Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you. Thank you. That was my dream.
Que lindo, gente. Vocês conseguiram emocionar Renata Barcelli, hein, galera de casa?
So you were able to do that, right? That's incredible. That was a dream. Yeah, it was a dream.
Nossa, mas é muito legal isso aqui.
Ah, but it's really nice. It's really great.
Ó, nós vamos receber
Okay, so now we're going to receive
no palco
on stage
uma bicampeã.
Verdade.
two-time champion. And let me tell you something. I look at her Instagram and I, just drool all over her procedures. She is incredible, right? Yeah, she is incredible. And she received a title this year as well. She was recognized as the Queen of Pixels, leader of the areas, and a specialist in artistic shadows. You know the shadow that you love? You know, the one that sells a lot in the courses. Who are you going to talk to? Let's call her Mayara Ferreira. Woohoo! Come on, champion. Come on down. She looks great. Thank you, my dears. Wow, I'm so happy to be here with you. And you are part of this. I'm really very happy. So my topic goes beyond your technique. And I hope that you get excited. You're very quiet. So do you promise to collaborate with my presentation? Because I prepared it with a lot of love for you. Okay? And I'm going to show you my journey, what actually allowed me to be here today. And to start off, I'm going to start in a different way, different from my colleagues. Let me just put this over here. I'd like to tell a story of a girl. And she only had one chance. And I'd like you to pay attention because I am sure that many of you are going to relate to that because you've been through something similar. So this girl, she was very simple. It was a girl from the countryside, and this made everybody know her and give opinions about her life, about her career. But this frustrated her because she was not able to express what she really wanted and what she really hoped for. And in a conversation with her dad, she talked about everything that was worrying her. So she came to him and said, "Dad, I am not able to express and say who I really am. And this is making me a blocked, a sad person, a depressed person in my profession." So the father, who was very smart, he got a ring similar to this one. And he said the following. It was a family ring. He said, "Daughter, I would like you to go to the center of the city and try to sell this ring, but don't accept less than 10 golden coins." So she did not really understand that, but she obeyed her dad. So when she got there, she offered it to one who was going to pay 7, another one was going to pay 6, 5, 4, but nobody gave her 10 golden coins. So she went back and she told the dad what happened. And her dad said the following. Okay, so now I would like you to once again go downtown, but to a store where there's a specialist. And he is going to give you the correct value of this ring. So once again, she went back. She got to this store with a specialist. She didn't understand what was happening and showed it to him. So he got the ring, he analyzed it, and he looked and he said, "Okay, if I buy this ring today, I'm going to pay you 70 gold coins. But if you wait a little bit more, very soon it will be worth 80 golden coins. So she did not understand anything, but she went back to her dad and said, Dad, why do certain people not pay even 10 golden coins and the specialist pays up to 80? And the dad once again smiled and said, Daughter, you are listening to the wrong person. You have to listen to specialists. Specialists are God, and they know what is best for you. They know your purpose, and they're going to guide you in the right way. And many times we don't listen to them. And now, you're probably asking yourselves, what does the story of this girl have to do with my presentation? Well, for many years, Mayara Ferreira, the champion in terms of artistic shadowing, I postponed the realization of my dreams because I was not listening to a specialist. Allowing other people to speak and tell me what I had to do, and this delayed the person that I am today. That's why I wanted to share with you this message. Everything that I'm going to tell you today is the journey of my life in my career, and that really works. The best thing is that it's never late to start. So 3 years ago, I decided to listen to a specialist. That's right, yes, I decided to listen because I already knew him, but I did not allow him to guide my way. And that's when everything changed. I understood my call, and I started to live my purpose, which was to transform lines through micropigmentation. And how do I do that? I teach professionals to use the power of pixels in your favor. If I am here on this stage, a girl from the countryside of Paraná, from a city of 12,000 inhabitants, I have no doubt that you can also do that. You just have to make a decision. Do you want to? All right, so until the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you the way. So at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you the way to do it. So please pay a lot of attention, and especially those of you who are online, because in fact, there is nothing that doesn't work out. If you follow the step-by-step process, you'll be able to do it. And now, I would like to thank, first of all, a specialist that trained me to be here today and gave me wisdom. Renata Barcelis, who introduced this event, and the first person to trust my potential, to trust me. All of my family that has always supported me, my team, and nothing would be possible, nothing on this slide would be here. My mentor, Jonathan Sgagioli, and the person who showed me the way of being here, Fernando Cunha, who helped me to make this presentation. So I'm eternally grateful. RBKollors world, around the world. So this is something that I learned. I learned so much with it, because everything that is new, when they present it to us, we're a little scared, right? But when we go and dedicate ourselves and we prepare, we're not scared anymore. And with this presentation, studying the subject that was given to me, I observed a very important detail, that every woman, regardless of where she is, if it's in America, if it's in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, she tries to get one thing. Guess, guys, guess what it is?
Beleza.
Beauty.
Toda mulher busca
Every woman
beleza.
seeks
Umas
beauty.
mais naturais.
Some of them want it more naturally,
Opa, aqui.
like
Umas
this
mais
one.
naturais,
Some are more
como
natural,
as coreanas, as
like the
chinesas.
Koreans and the
O mercado
Chinese.
asiático
The Asian
investe
market
pesado
invests
em
heavily
produtos
in
faciais
products,
e skincare,
facial products and
pois
skincare
eles
products,
prezam pela
because they want
naturalidade.
natural
Elas utilizem cada vez
aspects,
menos a
and so that they will
maquiagem
use
real,
less
que é a beleza
makeup
natural.
and highlighting natural
Bem ao
beauty.
contrário
And
das indianas,
different from the
que são
Indians
conhecidas
that
por
are
no rosto
known for the
utilizarem
opposite, for
muita
using a
maquiagem.
lot of makeup,
Por usarem aquele
because they
olhar mais
use that
marcante,
marking
atraente, sedutor.
view and, you know, that
E sabe o
seductive
que é mais incrível?
perspective. And the most incredible thing,
Esses temas, eu cheguei à conclusão que na micropigmentação hoje sim
I
é
noticed that in
possível
micropigmentation
atender
today,
esses
it is
dois
possible to
extremos.
address
E
these two
através da
extremes.
evolução
And
das minhas
through
técnicas,
the evolution of
vocês
my
vão ver isso.
techniques, you're going to see this.
Aqui
Over
é o meu
here,
primeiro
I
trabalho.
have the
Estou
first job, my
na
first
área há
job.
9 anos.
I have been in the area for
Iniciei em
9 years. I
2012.
started in
Como
2012.
vocês podem ver,
As you can see,
é uma técnica
it is
tatuagem bem
a
marcada.
technique, a
A
tattoo
gente fazia
technique.
a
It's well
espiral
marked, and we did it in a
ficava
spiral
esse
fashion.
efeito.
And that's
Em
the
2013,
effect. In
2013,
2013,
iniciei com
I
o
started
fio a fio. Olha que
with
lindo,
the
gente.
microblading.
Que na verdade era
In
pau a
fact,
pau.
it
Esse
was
trabalho foi
this
realizado
work
no dermógrafo.
using the dermographer,
Como vocês podem
as you
ver.
can see.
Gente, isso para a
And
época
this, for that time,
era algo
was something
incrível, sabe por
amazing.
quê?
You know why?
Perpetuou esse fio a fio
Because
por
this
mais 2
blading
anos.
lasted
Até
for
que
more
chegou,
2
então,
years until
2015, a
2015
era do
came back the
Tebore.
area of Tibor.
E não mudei nada
And
a
I
trama,
have
como
not
vocês podem
changed
ver,
the mesh,
somente
as you can see.
não mudei a trama,
I
é um
have
pau a
not
pau
changed
ainda,
the
somente
mesh.
o
We have
aparelho
the
que eu
blading, just the
realizava.
device is different now.
Eu sempre busquei
I have always
mais.
tried
Eu nunca
to
fui
go
uma
for more.
pessoa
I was never the type
acomodada.
of person that
Então,
settled.
em
So in
2016, eu
2016,
voltei a
I get
realizar
back to
as
work
técnicas esfumadas.
with the
Agora aqui,
shading
ela estava
techniques. It
marcada
was marked
porque eu
anyway
realizava com
because
agulha
I
de 3
use
pontas,
3-tip needle.
mas para aquela época,
But for that
quando
time,
cicatrizava
when
essa
the
técnica,
healing
já era
process
algo
was
muito
done,
natural.
this looked natural.
E eu treinei,
And then
gente.
I
Eu
trained,
busquei,
I qualified,
sempre
always
evoluindo fio a fio.
evolution in the
Até que em
blading
2018,
process. And in
eu
2018,
consegui esse resultado.
I get this result.
Logo após, era muito bonito.
And it was
Mas tinha
nice,
algo no
but there
fio a
was
fio
something in the blading
que me
process
frustrava.
that got me
Aqui,
frustrated.
como vocês podem
As you
ver,
can
é os
see,
meus trabalhos
this is
cicatrizados
my work after
em
healing in
2018.
2018.
E não era feio.
And it
Na
was
época,
not
eu tinha evoluído
ugly,
muito.
that was
Mas sabe o que
evolution,
me deixava
but
triste?
what made me
Sabe o que
sad
realmente me
was
deixava
the
frustrada?
fact that
E isso também talvez
this
seja a sua
might
dor.
be your pain.
Era ao
It
longo
was
tempo.
long term.
Eu observava
Long
que o fio a
term,
fio que eu
we see
fazia,
that the
mesmo
blading,
cicatrizado
after
no
the
logo após,
healing,
que ficava
immediately,
super
that
fininho,
was
bonito e delicado,
thin,
depois
delicate,
de
and
ano,
beautiful.
dois,
A year and 2 years
voltava
later, they came
todo
back,
esfumado.
always
E isso me
with the
deixava
failure,
descontente.
shaded,
Foi
fading
aí
away. This
que em
frustrated me.
2018
And then in
eu tomei a
2018, I took the
decisão, a maior
decision,
decisão
the
da minha
biggest
carreira,
decision of my career,
abandonar a fio
abandon blading
e focar somente
and
em shadow.
focusing
E
on
foi a
shadow.
decisão
And that
mais
was
importante
the most
da
important
minha
decision I
vida.
have taken in my career.
Eu já conhecia os
I knew the
resultados
results
que a Shadow me
that
oferecia,
Shadow
aquela época
offered me,
esfumada, ao
the
longo tempo, como vocês
shading
podem ver
process,
aqui.
as you can see.
Ficava fundo
There
mais
was
frio,
a background
mas o que eu
coat,
gostava
but I
era
already
que as
like it,
bordas
that borders
não era
were
marcada,
not
não
marked.
ficava definida
There was no
como nos trabalhos de fio
definition
a fio.
as the microblading
Então aí,
technique.
eu
And then
foquei,
I
em
focused on that, and in
2019 eu comecei a
2019 I
ministrar
started
cursos.
teaching.
Notem
And you observe that technique is not perfect yet. It was not perfected as I wish it was, but I started. The important aspect is when you start with what you know already, with what you have. But you start anyway. We have a serious problem of never thinking ready and satisfied. So I do not have the potential. If you think like this, you never give the first step. So in 2019, this was my model, the first course that I taught. Always seeking for evolution. In 2020, already working with pixels. Beautiful one-tip needle, as you can see here. And why I could achieve this result? I have something inside of me, and this I'd like to share with you now. My work, my current work, has to be better than yesterday's, but tomorrow's has to be even better than today's. So if you have this mindset, you always evolve in your technique. Here we can see our work in the end of 2020. Trained more than 200 students on my online course using this technique, but I still wanted more. I was not pleased because I observed just shadow in my work. There was no something different to make me feel as a highlighted person in the market. So in 2021, I could get the desirable results. Looking at this picture, can you tell me the technique that I changed? Let me see if you know what I have changed. Can you tell what I have changed? The realism. When I understand the realism in my techniques, everything changed. I understand that I can work the transition of colors. We can do it with saturation, different effects. Healed right after the healing process, this eyebrow. I was in the second place in the Brazil Congress Award, and this was my model. So I got the second place in the Brazil Congress Award, and the first place BSB Award. With this work, I was second place, and then I say, I do not accept it. I train more, and I go for the first place. I trained for 30 days, every single day. It was my personal goal to have a set of eyebrows trained, and the result comes because everything that you sow, you harvest later. So from that point, that the eyebrow, I created different effects. Here is my technique. Shading. You can place different names. You can name it differently, the techniques, but the effect is just one. So I'm not going to present you here the names, but the effects that are more important. Shading. You have borders that are defined, and all the superior part, we have deconstructed pixels. And this, after healing, you have a very natural technique. And here we see ombre technique, ombre shadow. Why? Why ombre shadow? The border is more designed, the topper part and also the bottom. The point up to the tail is more defined, the middle area, intermediary area, and the beginning is very subtle. And this is a transition of colors. And here is my shadow technique, the most desirable technique. Women love this effect of makeup, and you observe that that is a roller. And here I have a shadow and ombre. ombre shadow. And you see the difference is visual. And this we can only achieve in micropigmentation because of saturation. What is saturation? And we touch the needle on the skin, and you see that the shading technique is visual. The background, the skin, is not totally covered as the shadow that you see later. And this, we see the healing process. It's so trust. So we know how to control the inflammatory process, when you know how to work with the colors, ideal colors. It doesn't matter the technique, high saturation or low saturation, the result after healing is perfect. And here we see ombre shadow after healing, and you observe that right after, the technique is so similar to the healing process. So this technique is mid-saturation. Shading is low saturation. This one is mid-saturation, as I mentioned before. The upper part is defined, the bottom part is more saturated, the intermediary area is mid, and just the beginning is delicate. And here, shadow. You see, it's not so visual, the skin anymore, the background skin after the healing process. Because of that, this technique is high saturation. The colors of pigments do not interfere because the lighter one that you saw previous, I used gem black, and here as well. So I prove here that when we know and master these pillars, the realism, bringing the transition of light and shadow, saturating more in places that we want to highlight and less, especially in the beginning, the foundation and the top part, we can, yes we can, meet everybody's needs. And it's proof that the artistic technique currently for micropigmentation can meet two extremes, someone that really likes something subtle, delicate, luxury, and someone that really likes something marking, like a makeup. And then it was born these two quotes: shading is luxury and shadow is power. I want you to repeat after me so you never ever forget it. Shading is what? Is luxury, and shadow is what? Is power. That's it. If you are my student, if you attend my classes, you know I always mention this. And that's something that when you see it, you can tell. You need to know when shading is, when shadow is. And when you create quotings for the techniques that you use, people remember that. And whenever they see it, they remember you, the person who created that. I'll give you another example to clarify on my inspiration to create these two quotes, and then you understand. And I want to transform lives using micropigmentation. I could not have all this evolution in my technique and never sharing it. And then the Red Sea opened up, I studied what I did in order to get those results. I could do everything alone. I never had attended a course of shadow up June this year. So I analyzed my trajectory, what I have learned, what I have done that really worked. And my students did not do it. And the market of pigmentation was missing. And my answer was that. But before sharing my answer, I'd like to leave here maybe the turnkey, the fundamental point of this Congress. Most of the times we look for recognition for something new. We are seeking something that nobody ever done, but there's no need for that. In micropigmentation, there's no need to create, you just need to transform. And when we transform things, the ideas come. This quote, you know who my inspiration was? Our master, James Ayala. He always mentions that there are the top techniques and pop techniques, top models and pop stars. When I heard that for the first time, I said, I want something that I speak and people remember me, my technique, my work. So I never copied anybody, his idea, for example, but I have created something with my essence, with my personality. And sometimes we want to create something new and having difficulty, but I am sure that all of you here present, also people at home, you do something that is yours, that brings positive results for you, but you never stop to think about it. So here I invite you all. Reserve some minutes to analyze your trajectory. I am sure that you get surprised because we have a serious habit to look at the other, but you never analyze yourself. And analyzing my trajectory, I could see these results that I'm sharing with you here today and my students. So I analyzed things that got well and worked for my trajectory. And I saw what I did, that my students didn't do it, and the market was missing that. And I analyzed what the great champions had in common, and I have reached one answer. Do you know what this answer is? Let me hear from you. Take a pick of the right answer. No. Something that I always mention in my social media. Practice. Practice will take you to places you have never imagined. On the stage, for example, practice is not easier, but you get better every day. So when we practice, we get to know ourselves better. We are more confident, and when you are more confident, you're ready. And it's with practice that I have become the queen of pixels, because I taught my students the pathway. I developed a step-by-step program so they could see it's not up to me, but it's also working for everybody to put it in practice. So here we see my student, Julie, and she represents more than 3,000 students that trained with me. As you can see here, she came to me like this, and the current look. Practice does not bring just the change of the technique, but also it changes your life, your career. I chose this woman, Julie, because she said something to me that really marked me. When she started training with me, she used to live in her mother-in-law house, and the toilet was her kitchen. And after a year with my training sessions, she got these results. And here you see before her technique, and here is the current work. As a teacher, you have no idea how gratifying it is to see her work. And our students, they thank us so much for the rest of their lives for bringing this transformation to their lives. So, our hands are very talented, and they do transform lives. And that's why that we really need to be ready. There is no development of any work. So what prevents you from experiencing this transformation? Can you tell? Have you stopped and think about it? Simple is different than easy. Practice is simple, but it's not easy. Most of the times we are tired and we postpone, but you are not postponing your practice, you are postponing your dreams fulfillment. You are postponing the transformation of your own life. Practice, as I mentioned, brings security, confidence, and when you feel confident, you are ready. And when you are ready, you are not afraid. Do you believe that I was born this way, speaking in public? No. I was dying of fear of coming up to the stage. To know especially the judgment of other people. And then I prayed to God. During my tears, I cried and I said, why I placed in my dream board that I wanted to be a lecturer. But God answered me, if I place you there, you are able to do it. Get ready and go. So I got ready and here I am today. Everything in our life is a matter of preparation, choices and decisions. At the point that we take a decision of not want the same thing anymore and make things differently, we have things happening all around us. 2 plus 2 in micropigmentation, the patients are different. I see people want to replicate recipes. One expert, a professional that is differentiated in the market, does not accept that. You need to know why. You need to know how to master all the pillars of micropigmentation. For example, colorimetry, pigmentology, in order to have excellent healing process, pre and post care, master all the pillars, so you are going to be a desirable professional. In order to answer that question, it's easy to find out if you are ready for that. Would you go for a procedure with yourself? If the answer is yes, okay. If you are thinking about it, you have to practice more. Is everything certified? Status does not bring patience. What I see commonly, people want diplomas, degrees to place on walls. But you know, do you believe that your clients know who that professional that taught you is? No, they do not know. They know you. And they want to know if you are going to deliver an excellent result for them. So you must analyze the results right after the healing process. And the main aspect, if that professional, if that master that you have chosen, his objective the same as yours, because that's the way you generate connection and you learn from that master. Training Mayara Ferreira plus RBKollors. I have prepared something very special for you. For 14 days, I'm going to train. I'm going to show you the pathway so you can become a differentiated professional. Free of charge, totally free of charge. You just place your camera on this QR code, copy this QR code. You are here present. You received a flyer with my quotes and this QR code. It's a starting process on Tuesday. And for 14 days, I'll give you a position every day, how to become a professional above the average, and lives as well on my Instagram, so you can learn the pathway. And if you are watching online, in my profile, on link, there is also this QR code, so you can be part of this group. I do not have enough time for this activity because I just have 6 minutes. Would you like to be part of an exercise, a dynamic exercise, so you can see that everything is possible? The power is up here in our mind, in our imagination, in our mindset. Would you like to practice? So you are invited. Standing up, please. Stand up. And now I will prove you that you can do more than what you imagine. First, I'd like you to fixate your both feet on the ground exactly as I'm doing right now. Position your feet on the ground and do not move it. Do not move your feet. Now, position your hand. Could be the right hand onward. Close your eyes. And now I want you to imagine you get and start turning to your right. If you hit your colleague, you apologize and open your eyes just to see it. So you fixate, you do not remove your feet from the ground, and then you turn to your right like this without moving your legs. They have to be fixated on the ground. And then you can go as further as you can with your eyes closed. Eyes closed. No, not now. And now open your eyes. You look at the tip of your finger. When you turn, you see where you are pointing. But open your eyes right now and turn. I apologize. I mixed the exercise. And remember the point that you are pointing. Get back to the origin. Close your eyes now. Now it's the time of closing your eyes. And I want you to imagine now you are doing exactly what you have just done. But now you turn in your mind and you pass through that point. And then you turn 360 around. And then you keep on turning and spinning twice, 3 times. You have turned and you have become elastic women and elastic men. Open up your eyes now. I want you to repeat the same movement that you have just done in the beginning. What do you think? So here it's proved to you that our mind has no limits. So we have no limits. You can sit now. We have no limits. Dream. I always say, God is perfect. He wants us to have everything, but most of the time, we do not know that. We do not know how to ask. So I am about to finish. I will leave you 5 lessons so you never forget me, right? The first lesson is you never stop studying, learning, practicing. And this will take you to the evolution every day. The success is practice. The second lesson, ask for help of professionals, good masters. Choose them carefully. We are the average of 5 people that we live most of the times. This includes social media, friends, professionals. You just listen to the advice of people who has reached the point that you want to be. Get ready for the adversities. Most of the times we complain about problems, but maybe that's the solution for your business as well. What I have learned in my trajectory, 11 years already, as a makeup artist, esthetician, is that when we decide, when we solve a problem in someone else's life, we grow. So when I observe problems as opportunities, everything has changed. The power is in our eyes. Trace goals and be focused. The problems will come, but overcome them, keeping your focus. Do not remove your eyes from the target, because if you remove your eyes, this has never been a goal. This has never been your focus. Work your marketing. Now, everything is about communication. Instagram is our main tool of sales. So there's no need to have a work that is wonderful and beautiful personally if you do not communicate how much beautiful it is. And now, to conclude, I'd like to play a video. I would like you to reflect on it.
All right. I wish you all success, and that is something you can train, you can practice. So I'm showing you the way to do it. Now it's up to you to make your choice. Thank you very much, everyone. And the day has come. Yeah. So this is what you planted, right? So when you plant, you harvest. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. And please bring, I want a video, yes. Would you like me to hold that? Yes. Okay. So I want you to remember those two things. Shading is luxury and shadow is what? Okay, so I'm going to say that. When I say shadow is, and you say power, right? Okay. Okay, so let's make it easier. Yeah. Can you turn the lights on, please? We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. Everyone standing up, please. Okay, so let's do this. So I finished my presentation now at RBKollors World, and I taught them something they're never going to forget. That shading is luxury and shadow is what? Power. All right. Wow. I almost spoiled my own phrase, right? Yeah, it was just very exciting. Yeah, it is. Congratulations. And I'll meet you at on the next stages, right? Okay, let's do this. Take a picture. Thank you. Were you at Aesthetic Rio? We're going to need some bribery here. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to remove Fernanda from the public. So look at our team from the VIP area. So I'd like to call, I don't know if she's here. Is Lu here? Lu, are you there? Okay, please. Can you give me a microphone, please? So, Lu is the manager, the talent manager of RBKollors, and Lu chose our VIP area. So these are special people. These are people who work, right? And they miss you, right? And you're also very emotional. Yeah. She's crying. I'm very happy for all of you. And I really chose you, and I love this. And I want you to grow, and I hope you will become speakers and judges. I want to transform your lives. All of you who are here, all of you who are with us, and the family, the RB family, grows nonstop. We're taking very good care of you. I'm very happy.
Ela é demais, né, gente? A Lu é pura emoção.
Yeah, Lu is definitely very emotional. When she looked back and she saw them, you know, she couldn't take it. Yeah, that is incredible. And yeah, it's a lot of love involved. So let's give her a round. Let's give them a round, these guys who are at home. They deserve it. It's for you. It's for you. So Lu, you are incredible. Renan, you are incredible. People are crying. Oh my God. Renata is recording that. Yeah, they're all crying. I love my babies. I love my boys and girls, all of them. Great. Okay, if you don't know RB, you don't know what is happening here. And I say this because I know about the market. So there's only values in a family that lives its values. So a company is never going to be able to have principles and values when the owner does not live these principles. So this is an extension of what Renata did, and Lu is here because she has this sense of taking care, you know, like a mother. So that's exactly what we're doing. So being present and helping you. So guys at home, thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay, so, you know, stick to this woman over here. Those of you who are at home, she received the belief of her mom to be able to provide opportunities for people to get voices, good people who are not discovered yet. And that's your mission. Yes, my mission is to discover talents and to move up in your career. Thank you. RBKollors is a launching platform. It's much more than pigments. That's just one of the things we do. Our main objective is really to bring you light. Okay? So I am here, and she also gave me the opportunity. It was her. Yeah, she's the one who brought me here. She believed in me. She said, oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. I don't know who's crazier, me or you, right? So to me, it's today it's me. Tomorrow it can be you. So we are together in this. Let's give a hand to Renata, everyone. We would also like to help Jota Fizio, who allowed us to make a draw of 2 massage machines, and it's a long-term partnership that we have. And who got the massage? Midian Fonseca, she got 2 massagers from Jota Fizio. Congratulations. Wow. You have a nice color. Thank you. Thank you. Midian Fonseca. Okay. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to stay here. Anyway, I would like to receive somebody that is very respected by Renata, by RB. She really has a lot of experience and a lot of credibility. Her story tells us a lot about her. And today she's going to talk about freehand and using the visage techniques. And she's dressed for the part. And today she's going to talk about Italy. And I would like you to honor her because she's really literally wearing the clothes. Let's receive her. Let's stand up to receive her. Jéssica Hasse.
Deu vontade até de comer uma macarronada agora, hein, Jéssica?
Yeah, I want to eat some macaroni now.
Gente do céu, olha,
Oh my God. Thank you, thank you. So when we introduce people, it's easier than when we are the speakers, because when we introduce, we start on stage. And when you're back there waiting, it's different, right?
acabou já, deu seu tempo, obrigada.
Okay.
E aí, né, gente, semana
And okay, so last week we were in Rio, an Aesthetics Rio event, and we found a little stand, and then I looked at him and I said, "Oh wow, do you think they have something from Italy here?" And then I said, "Okay, we'll go as an Italian." I said, "Oh my God, where am I going to find clothes?" So I got to Londrina, and then I found these clothes, and I came as an Italian. Yeah.
E eu tô muito feliz de estar nesse evento.
So I'm very happy to be at this event because it's going to change the world and the concepts of micropigmentation in different countries in the world. And it's great to see how the work that we do can be applied in other places. So we know that the people who are watching us online, they're also from other countries. We're going to have speakers from abroad. We're going to have somebody from Peru tomorrow, right? Yeah, great. And I'm going to talk about Italy. And when I was preparing my presentation, I said, what can I say about Italy? So first of all, I looked up the references in Italy of women, right, in terms of beauty references, because every country has a style, a culture. And then I brought the women who are a reference there. So first of all, Rafaela Fico, and then Isabella Rossellini. So what do we see in common in their eyebrows? So they're a little thinner, and that's common in Italy. And then, not happy with only that, I remembered that in 2019, I was in Italy, and I gave a course for a student that had done the course with me a few years ago, and she moved over there. She started working in Italy, and she wanted to get better. So I asked her, so Camille, what happens in Italy? What do women like? What do they want when we talk about micropigmentation? And then Camille is my student. She said that in Italy, the women like marked eyebrows, but not very thick. And their natural eyebrows are usually thin. So I put two jobs that Camille did. One was, strand by strand, and we can see that the natural eyebrow is thinner. And the shadowing work, and this is from my student, right? She sent it to me recently so I could use it in my presentation. So I hope she's watching me, right? And she's an excellent student. So we have a little bit of what the work of micropigmentation is according to the Italian culture. But today I'm going to talk about the freehand work. So I would like to interact with the people online, but we can't do that. But out of those who are here, when you're going to do a micropigmentation of eyebrows, who usually works without a design, so freehands? Does anybody do that? Most of you don't, right? Very few people. It's not easy. It's not easy, and I like to do that for the customer to know where I'm going to do the pigmentation. So if I'm going to use a gel pen or a pencil, and the customer knows where the micropigmentation is going to be made. Okay, so there's no problem in terms of putting the marks in. What is the problem of only being able to do the work if you have the measure, only be able to do it with the measure. If we are stuck to rules, it has to be 2 centimeters to the right or the left. You have to measure, the eyebrow. You have to measure the forehead, and we cannot visualize the ideal design if you don't have the marks. And that is the point here. And that's why today I'm going to talk a little bit about how, we're going to be free to work. And one thing that I think is nice, and I'm going to talk about the experience that I've had. So today, my main course is the natural course. That's the concept I work with, which is micropigmentation. It's for eyes and eyebrows and lips. And in this course, we have micropigmentation, and how many drops do you use for that pigment? What color do you use if the eyebrow is like this or like that? And what do I say? So, you are professionals, and you have to be free of rules. Because if I say, okay, so in eyebrows like this, you're going to use 2 drops of Jambo and 3 of Jambo Black. You're only going to be able to work with 2 drops of Jambo and 3 of Jam Black. But everybody has different color skin. Everybody has different skin. So in my course, I don't like to give you a ready-made prescription, right? I prefer to teach my students to get to their own answer. So 2 weeks ago, I gave class in Zoom, and we talked about dark lips. I don't know if you've seen this already, but Hot, Peach, and Penelope, all 3 are made up of the same colors, but each one has a different concentration. So I'm going to use it for different purposes. But if I have a ready-made prescription or recipe of, so many drops of this, so many drops of that, when do I know when I can use Peach or Penelope on dark lips? Do you understand what I'm saying? In design, it's exactly the same thing. So I want to show you today that it's the concepts behind that measurement. So Jessica, is it wrong to measure? No, it's not wrong to measure. You can measure, you can have your measuring tool, your gel pen, you can use lines. People sometimes like to use marks. They make lines as a mark, but the idea is that you're going to come to a point where, and I always tell my students this, you're going to see that person and you're going to do this mentally. You're going to do that person's eyebrow mentally. When we go to the supermarket and then we stop at the cashier and we look at the person and we only can just say, oh, those eyebrows, that would be incredible. And isn't that incredible? Am I the only one who does that? Oh, you've already done that, haven't you? So, it's stronger than we are, right? And that is interesting. So when we're able to get to this point of, looking at somebody and says, I would do this in your eyebrows, that's because you already understood what is behind the measurement. So you did not need a measuring pachymeter, so, to know that you have to, put one side down and the other side up. That's the secret of the work. But what is behind this? So over here, I put some rules that we need to understand, and I illustrated this in the last slide. Maybe it's easier to understand from here. So what is the first concept that we need to have? So the body of an eyebrow is always bigger than the tip, the tail. So, for example, if I receive a customer that has, that comma type eyebrow, so it's high over here and low over here, what usually happens is, this is the lower image, the body of the eyebrow is smaller than the tail. So I need to take a look and understand how I'm going to stretch this body or the tail and reduce the size of the tail. So how am I going to do that? That's the first rule. Another important rule, and here in Brazil, this is difficult. I don't know about you, but I really do a lot of work. And my customers come to me and say, you know what bothers me? Is that my eyebrow is a little short at the edge here. And then when you make that measurement mentally, and they say, no, but you know, when I use my pencil, I bring it down here. That happens, right? So people want to elongate their eyebrows, and I say, oh my God, you're going to look droopy. Okay, and then we have to explain to the customer, oh, it becomes heavy and droopy. You don't want to look sad, right? You don't want to look older, do you? So that's another rule as well. So just a second, wait, let me go back. So at the end, it needs to be slightly looking up or in the same height of the beginning of the eyebrow, but we cannot go beyond this measure too much. Sometimes the customer tells me, oh, but I really wanted that because I have a little bit of hair there, and sometimes it does happen. I say, okay, if you really want to do that, if you want to maintain your hairs, we can do that. But micropigmentation, we're not going to do it up till down here. Sometimes I stop at the end. I cut it off with scissors, and they don't want to do it. I just cut it, trim it off. Why? Because otherwise it's just going to look very droopy, and it has to look up. And another important concept is the beginning, and that's the thicker part, and then in the middle it's going to get thinner, and then at the end it gets even thinner. And sometimes when I give these in-person courses of the natural method, and then somebody's going to do a design, so design, you're going to do it, it's freehands, everybody has a different way of doing it. If you want to use lines, you can, but sometimes, people mark the design of the eyebrow, and they do a little belly, so they just go down a little too much. So it's not nice. Doesn't look good. So it starts thicker, and then it gets thinner until it gets to the highest point, and then it gets smaller until the edge. So it becomes thinner all the time. And when we understand these concepts, it becomes easier to actually, look at a customer, and without the pachymeter, we can imagine the kind of eyebrow that we would make. So let's go over it again. What are the important concepts? The body, always bigger than the tail. And the end has to be in the same level of the start, or a little higher, but we cannot elongate it too much because otherwise it droops. And the thickest part of the eyebrow is the beginning, and then it gets thinner until it gets to the tail, to the end. So over here, I put another little secret of this kind of work. So basically, it's to accompany the natural design. So has anybody actually gotten a customer that does micropigmentation? And I'm old in this area. And today is the 21st, right? So on the 16th, I completed 10 years of my first permanent makeup course. Who worked with permanent makeup? Aha, you're telling me your age. I started young. I started at 12. No, that's a joke. Sorry, that's a joke. Priscila. Okay. All right, you were 13. Okay, they're going to think I'm very old. Yeah, so at that time, as Mayara said, we did it with a spiral. So we did it like this, right? Little circles. And at this time, I did it to my mother-in-law. So let's depigment. Why? Why did we do that? Trying to raise the eyebrow, and if it was naturally down, what did we do with that tail? Does anybody know? We removed it. We removed everything. You see? The dinosaurs are letting us know who they are. You know what happened, right? Because at the time, today there's a lot of knowledge, and whoever starts now, is privileged, right? Because at that time, we didn't have good pigments. We didn't have good equipment. It was a joke. Our dermograph was, that sort of drill, and we went down to the bone, right? So it has to bleed. Yeah, it's a bloodline, right? I can see her laughing, yeah. So it was a bloodline we had to make, and if blood didn't come out, it was not going to work. We were from there, that moment, right? And then, something that never goes away, poor person, right? And what happens is that when we understand this concept of, natural and following the eyebrow the customer has, we don't have to change this tip. We don't have to remove it. Because when we remove half of the eyebrow and we paint it right on top, what happens? There will be 2 tips because it will grow again. And that's what happened to my mother-in-law. And I'm forced to see this every day. Yeah. Yeah, so over here she has something growing. It's not a lot, but there's a hair that grows over here, and the pigmentation that I made is out here. It's outside the line. So either they remove the hairs or she has 2 eyebrows, and that's how we learned. But nowadays this is not the case. It's a concept of the natural aspect and look at what the customer already has. And if you remember the rules, what are you going to do? So let's imagine that the customer came in and let's take this eyebrow over here. So what do we do when we want to raise this eyebrow? We're not going to remove it over here and I'm going to show it over here because it's easier. So we lower this a little bit, we align it, and then we're able to follow the hairs at the end. So you're not going to remove the tip, right? When we go down a little bit in the beginning, it naturally is going to be more arched. So there's, a little interruption up there, and then we lower it a little bit in the beginning, and it's already the angle of the eyebrow. Look at that. Look at how it changed. And we don't even need to remove the tip or the beginning over here. There's a balance. Now, when the customer has one eyebrow higher than the other one, there's always somebody who has that, right? So the customer is lying down, everything's fine, so you make your points and you measure, and when they sit down, when they sit down and they do that, and you're thinking, oh my God, I marked everything wrong. Let's try again. Lie down again. Why? Because sometimes the difference is not only in terms of hairs, and you have to explain that as the whole line. But when there is a difference where we can make corrections of the design, what do? We're going to remove half of the lower part to go up? No. So you get the lower one, you go up a little bit, you get the higher part, and you lower it a little bit, and then you can reach a balance, right? So do you see how we don't have to have measurements to understand that? If we understand the concept behind the measure, what is important to look good, then we don't have to depend on a pigmenter, because with our eyes, we look at the person and we say, oh yeah, we have to bring it down and bring the edge up a little bit, right? Okay, so then these are some of the concepts behind an ideal eyebrow. This is a video of a customer, and I like that a lot. So as I told you, I like to do this because the customer, imagine the following. So the customer is very scared. So they say, oh my God. So, I want something that does not appear, and I'm really anxious about it. I'm scared. It's going to look too like it's too much. And then when you use the gel pen, the customer says, oh yeah, I liked it. I liked it in this format. So they become a little more confident. But in some eyebrows, I like to take advantage of what the customer already has and not make any markings. Why is that? Because it is a way of always training. So I like to challenge myself. So about 6 years ago, look at what I did at the time. So it was between permanent makeup and the beginning of, strand by strand, That's the phase I was in. That was about 6 or 7 years ago. So I had people come to my house. So I had one design customer and one micro customer together every hour. that's what I did. So it was, high production, right? So 2 in the afternoon, there was one customer for design and one for micro. And while I was doing the design, the other person was filling in the form. And when I finished, and then in 40 minutes, I did the micropigmentation. Now, how was I going to make the micropigmentation in 40 minutes if I had to mark it with a pen or a pencil? There was no marking. It was hands-free, right? Free hand, sorry. So I did one marking. So I didn't, the initial place and, the initial point and everything was, free hands. Now today, I have a different way of doing it. It's more personalized. And when we talk about a bushy eyebrow, and I know that the customer is a little more confident, I explain what I'm going to do, but I don't do any markings, because then I can train myself so I don't forget, so I don't lose this hands-free job. So this freehand job. So this is a customer that had a bushy eyebrow. This is something I did from my phone, right? No production involved. Okay, so was not produced, and that's what I do. And I believe that it's, if you work with this, you know what I'm talking about. I just press play. Is that it? Okay, so over here, there's no audio. I don't know if the audio is going to happen, but the idea is to show you what the result was. So it is strand by strand, and I did not do any markings. And what made it easy? So, there was always a nice design, had lots of hairs. I didn't have to make big changes, so I just continued the design, and this was the result on the video. Do you see that? Just to show you what it looks like. This is freehands work, right? So this is a challenge that you can actually do yourselves. So I got an eyebrow that is easier. I don't have to change it that much, and it's a little bushier, and, it's a calm customer. So let's try and do it. Let's try and do this. Free hands, and then you look at where you have to adjust it, and you do it. You know why it's important to have these concepts, even if you want to work with measurements? Because even if you do all the measurements, and you centralize it, and you try again, you do the work. I don't know if you do that, but I do.
Before concluding, I sit her again, and sometimes when we sit her before conclusion, there is still a difference. And I realize I started teaching micropigmentation 8 years ago. Let me see. That's it. For 8 years, I started teaching back then.
Posso falar, Mayara?
Can I name it, Mayara? Mayara was the first student in my course. That picture that you saw, she learned that from me. 2011, you say? 2012? 12. So, 9 years ago, I started teaching. And teaching all these years, I have had many students, and I realized that the student, if so stuck to the measurement, she measures, and then she lies the client down for the procedure. When the client sits up before finishing, she looks at the client, and she cannot see the small corrections in the finishing touch. She looks at the client and see the difference, but she can't tell how to adjust. So when we practice our eyes, it's important you can adjust the final touch. So I challenge you all here, people at home as well, to try it. Try and do it. Try work free hands, leave your brain working freely. In the beginning, it's harder, but then you get used to it, and it's nice. And then here I have another case, but what if there is no hair? What should I do? It's hairless. What is, it's a client of mine. She has alopecia. She suffered 13 years of alopecia. The physician said there was nothing to do. You see? And then she came to me for micropigmentation. I was so emotional with cases like that, but imagine, the person lived 13 years without the eyebrow. And then all of a sudden there is a design. And what if I face a case like this? Of course, we have to measure then. We have to measure. So what about the measurement that I follow in my daily activities? I'm so practiced. My students say, Jessica is so practical. There's no secrets. No, I like to be practical because I'm fast. What about the measurement that I use? These are the ones I use. I teach this. This is part of my booklet. That's what I teach my students, and I apply this in my activities. I measure the initial point on the base of the nose up to the eyebrow. I also measure the final point near the eyes, not down, near the end of the eyes. When I measure the initial point and the final point, that's the tip. Here, it's common to have the measure on the eye globe. Me, Jessica, I'd rather not use the globe because the client cannot look straight upward. And one side, when you measure, she's looking sideways, you know? So I prefer to do so. I measure the initial point and final point. And this measurement will always gives me 5 centimeters. 5. Have you ever realized that? Always 5. Sometimes 4.8, 5.5, but it's always as a mean number 5. So if I know, remember the concept, that my body, the eyebrow, the beginning to the high point is 2/3, I will have a calculation. So 5 centimeters, 3 initial to the high point, and 2 to the high point until the end. And it's nice that the eyebrow tells us that, because if we observe up close, unless it's a case of alopecia that was removed all over the years, most of them already has this bone as the high point in 2/3. So I measure initial point, final point. I calculate 2/3 with pachymeter. Is easy. There we go. You measure, and the 2 sides will be exactly the same because I have the exact measurement. So if I measure initial point and put the pachymeter here and here, both sides will have the same measurement. And another aspect that I do is I make equal the height of the eyebrow. So I observe this point here, this beginning point. People place a box, sometimes nothing, just the eyes, I see what's the higher one and adjust, but you can do it. People like to place lines to have the exact measurement. These are the measurement that I follow when I design, even with people that have not much hair. But if I want to measure other things, measure the distance, the forehead, is it wrong? No, it's not. It's not wrong. The order of the factors does not affect the product. If you want to measure more in different orders, no problem. The important is to have a symmetric result. But this, I present what I do, and that's what I apply in my activities. And then there is something so nice that I'd like to share. I teach Bem Natural method in person or online. And Isabella is my student on my online course. We have a group on Telegram every Friday. I clarify their questions during the week. And Isabella sent me this question. It's so nice to share because this could also be your question. She is telling me this aspect I highlight. I spent 1.5 hours designing this eyebrow, you see, just designing it. And very natural method help the students to be faster. Why? Because in my daily activities, I see procedures of eyebrow, eye, and lips for the same client. If the student takes 3 hours for eyebrow, 3 hours for lips, 3 hours for eye, she'll get the same client all day long. So if I go for eyebrow, eye, and lips for the same service for the same person, it takes me 3.5 hours. Average is 1 hour and 10 minutes for each procedure. And then I want to showcase my students, they can be faster too. So they can also apply it. And Isabella tell me, Jessica, 1 hour and 7 minutes, she was lying down. Then she stand up, I thought it was over, but was not equal. It's perfect in the pachymeter. And then I said, no, that's not what I teach. 1 hour and 30 minutes just for designing? No. And then I answered her audio, Isabella, you are going to do the following. You know the measures, it's on the course, you have the classes, you already use micropigmentation, you know past design. But now you are going to do the following. Stop depending on measurement and trust your eyes. You know the right design for the eyebrow. You're experienced already. You are going to design, you sit the client and you correct her sitting. You look at it and you see the difference and then you adjust accordingly. And trust your eye. I know that you know what to do. If you watch the class, if you know about the measurement, you know what to do it. And then she sent me this message. And then she tells me, Jéssica, I just time design and I did exactly what you told me. You see the improvement and the time she took just by trusting on her trained eye. Is it worth training your eye to see things? 22 minutes before 1 hour. Followed my instinct. Thank you so much for the audio from last week. That's nice, isn't it? And that's it. When we train our eyes to see the differences, the asymmetries, when we can look at the client and see it's crooked, that one is higher, I have to improve the high point, I have to elongate the end, I have to bring them in more. We know. And we have to trust our instinct. That's what helps us to work free hands, not to be so dependent on measurement, as Isabella did. She could do it in her design of her client. And then I would like to tell you the biggest secret of all. This picture here, I'm so emotional to bring it up. I start my first design. This was 2008. Now, giving away my age, I said that I started in 2008. I was 5, yes, I was 5. I started, I was 16 years old in my parents' sofa. I started esthetician school. I was ahead of my time. I was 16 at university. And then I really wanted to work. I always liked to work. I always wanted to go after work. On the first month of university, I watched a lecture, a forum. The students graduated in statistician. They came for lectures. And then I got into a workshop of eyebrow designing, and that's how I started. I watched the presentation. It was Amanda. I never forget the teacher. It was March 2008. I watched her presentation on eyebrow design, and I said, that's one thing that I can start working, designing. That's it. I get back home, and then I started calling my friends to design in this sofa. The first it was free of charge, and then I charged 3 reais, BRT. And then when I raised 5 reais and I said, Dad, I cannot use your sofa anymore because I'm charging more. I really need a garni, a bed. And then I bought a second-hand garni. I cannot say that I paid for. My dad paid for me 150 reais in the hair parlor. It was never used. And I get the tea room at my mom's house and transform into my studio. It was in Colorado. I live in Londrina now. But I used to live in Colorado, in Paraná, a small town, 20,000 inhabitants. And then I placed this bed in my parents' living room, and then I started my first design. And I'd like to tell you how this has helped me to work free hands. Because in 2008, I started designing, and I used to design a lot. I have seen 40 designs in a single day. I served one design every 15 minutes. And this has brought me experience for this design in micropigmentation as well. Because as I believe all the girls that are older in micropigmentation, we have experienced a phase 6, 7 years ago. Micropigmentation was like that, boom. And then, in my courses, I used to receive people that worked as nurses, working with hair, people who worked in offices and say, You know what? My dream is to have my own hours, to be my own boss. So I would like to leave my profession behind in order to go for micropigmentation. And then, what happened? We saw a great number of professionals that had no experience in eyebrow designing start with micropigmentation. Isn't that so? I see head nodding. The dinosaurs are nodding. That's it. Micropigmentation exploded, and that's wonderful because we have new technologies, we have good material available, but a very big number of professionals. I receive students saying, you have to go for a design course. No, I want to go micropigmentation. She's already in micropigmentation without design. Why don't you teach me micropigmentation before designing? I have heard this a lot. And then the consequence is professionals that want to go for micropigmentation did not know how to design the eyebrow. My question is how? A professional that knows nothing about design of an eyebrow will go directly micropigmenting. For me, this sofa, this couch here, this sofa here shows me that now I only do micropigmentation, no more designing for me. It's been already 7 years that I just go for micropigmentation. 7 years that I only do micropigmentation. But these designs here on this couch, these designs in that bed, 150 reais, and I used to make 3 reais, 5 reais per session. I used to work serving 40 one day to make 20 reais. These get me ready for today, living just out of micropigmentation. So we can never skip stages. We need the foundation. And then we can work a well work. Can we do it? Just by looking at the client, we know what is the optimal design. And the result I placed here, a trained eye is worth more than any pachymeter. And this is what you need to train our eye, because if we depend on pachymeter and instrument, we cannot do it. We cannot do micropigmentation without a measurement. If you clean the pencil, that's it, it's over. I do not know what to do. I lost all the markings. I'm desperate now. No, there's no need for that. You can train your eye, and then you can really do it. Work like this. This one was a shadow. I raised the high point. You see, it was droopy. You see that? Initial point and high point in the same line. And then what? I lower the initial point and raise the high point. And you see this eyebrow. You see the eye? Doesn't she look younger? I never removed the tail. I used the hair that was there. And this is lowering the beginning and raising the end. I never removed the tail. I use all the hair existing in that area, thickening the design, and then we could raise her eye expression. Another case of a client that has nothing, no hair in the end. And the same thing I did, micropigmentation, and you see the rules, following everything. So when we understand that, we can really work well. And we can use pachymeter, there's no need to depend on it. Let me see if there's something. Then I'd like to thank you so much. Conclude my presentation with a quote that I like. Nothing speaks louder than our results. So when you see results, and this is really helping us to show that it works, we can do it. And I really hope that my message here adds value, this knowledge that I use every day, because I work a lot. I live in Londrina, Paraná, and I see clients, I teach people. I experience this every day, and I bring it to you. I hope I have added something to you. I'd like to thank you so much for your attention and the invitation. Thank you so much. I have a surprise for you, right? You can come to the stage. Where's my cell phone? Who has my cell phone, please? RB events, we have something special for you always. RB has 50% off in the pigments, so I'll do the following. I'm going to record the stories, a video, and put on my stories, and I will place for you my Bem Natural method online, 50% off for you, eyebrow, eyes, and lips. Everything is there, complete. Plus my mentorship on Zoom, exclusive for students, and the group that I mentioned that we clarify questions every week. I will place on my stories 50% off. You are going to see the link and the discount. My Instagram was here. You get in my Instagram, Jéssica _Hasse, Hasse. And I will produce a video right now. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. I will turn my camera. Lights on in your cell phone. I do not want to ask for much, but I'm already asking it. Turn it on, turn it on. Would you like to stand up so we can see better? Lights out in the back, please. Thank you. This video will be wonderful, lowering the lights, and the video will get great. Let's go. I have just finalized my lecture, RBKollors World, and I talked about visagism free hands work. Did you like it? Let me know. There we go. And this is a special surprise on my Instagram. 24 hours, Bem Natural method, online, 50% off just for you. Click on this link. People here in person and people following me. Use this opportunity. Thank you so much. Kisses. Thank you so much. From my heart, thank you. Jessica, my love, thank you so much. You are wonderful. Congratulations. John's trophy. He wanted to hand you. But here I am to hand you the trophy. You are wonderful. This is a gift for you. John, you here? I can stay here. Thank you. Bravo. Brava. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Jessica. Wonderful. Are you tired? Let me show hands. No, you're not? I like this way. I like this. I like this. You are so excited from the beginning to the end. That's how I like it. Now we are bringing to the stage a person from the Northeast, a very special person. When this girl comes up, people go crazy because she's out of this world. She has a technique that is for few people. We know, if you know her work, you really know what she does. She does the Tibor and the demographer working on their own. It's very complicated, but she can do it. She's a master trainer at RBKollors. And she tells that I know that the event is for the world, but I am sure that anywhere in the world we are going to have the accent as beautiful as this one here. If you do not know who she is, I think it's so hard not knowing her. You are going to wake up with me in the end of her presentation. And directly from the Northeast, the Brazilian Northeast, to talk about lips with volume and definition, I'd like to invite to the stage Paloma Lima. Wonderful. Come to us.
Regaça, hein? Ai, gente.
Go for it.
É muito desafiador. É muito desafiador para mim.
That's so challenging for me to be here. I believe that I'm not different from anyone here or people at home. We have started these first minutes. It's going to work. And let me come here. I am Paloma Lima. I am 25 years of age. I'm from Recife, Pernambuco. Northeast. Everybody sees that suffers a lot. But we have beaches, we have nice eyebrows, we have nice professionals. I'm so pleased to represent here my Northeast, that I'm happy there. I can get many things living my community. I walked through many houses. I walked door to door with eyebrow in my hometown, and today I am on that stage to talk into 3 different languages. I have to thank God and the opportunity from Renata. I'm so grateful. My heart exhales gratitude. And I always talk to my husband, what should I do? What should I say? And he said, you are going to teach. You are going to speak what you speak in your course. That's what I'm here for. You are a special guest, and people at home sit that I will teach about lips with definition and volume. I am here representing a country that is Russia. So I'm showing here that you can be elegant and wonderful wearing tennis shoes. Look at my tennis shoes. I am here as a Russian representative, and Russia is the biggest country. It's part of Euro-Asia. Russia has part in Asia and Europe. And there, women are so diversified. There is no standard. The women want to be always beautiful, dressed, always ready, dressed up. It doesn't matter if they are here work at nighttime. They go to a pub and they are wonderful. They are ready and dressed up. So it's a very big country, different cultures, and coexistence. If I deep dive, I do not have enough time to talk about my technique. That's the most important thing. So the standard of the Russian women, they are elegant, dressed up, they are beautiful. They wake up ready. Practicity, that's why I say I'm wearing heels and tennis. Depending on the opinion of people in the audience, I go up to the stage. So I had the support of Flavia, wonderful. You get up in your sneakers and you be comfortable. And here I am to show you that you can also be dressed up and ready. Wearing sneakers, it does not matter. Renata came to me wearing a dress wonderful. She owns the party. So we have our own representativity. I have lots of dialect. I'm trying not to speak the dialects from my region because you do not understand. If I say something off, it's my regional language, so I'm trying to avoid it. And that's it. Women in Russia, they are not just blonde and blue eyes. We have the brunette wearing lipsticks. You understand, they are ready to rock the world. And I went to Europe. I visited Estonia, and then when I got there, I got surprised because they are like this. And Russia has a big contribution in micropigmentation. And that's it. They are always ready, eyebrows, eyes, and lips, full face, as we call it. And they match perfectly lips filling with micropigmentation. So this work is on the internet. So as more feeling, more they want. They are exactly like this. So we have little this because Brazilian women like. Now we have official to be right. So we have this influence of Russia to our technique. I learned a lot when I visited abroad, lots of technique. I update my technique. You have seen my evolution and my step-by-step that I developed. As I mentioned, in Northeast, I thank God. I have lots of students. I train more than 3,000 students in our academy. But I have a video because of properties right. I cannot because of this song. Paloma Lima study. Micropigmentation and the definition of feeling. I do for feeling or micropigmentation. I analyze if they have time, and if it's very low, she goes for feeling first and then micropigmentation. But if the lip is already full, I prefer them to go first micropigmentation and then they are feeling it. So we can have the definition, and most of them, there's no need for feeling, only if they want to have the feeling. They want something extra. And if they go for feeling, I wait for 30 days to stabilize, and then I go for micropigmentation, and vice versa. So this is my technique, bright lips. This is the result of my technique. Now I can have a definition in the lips, but that has not always been like this. So now I will start the technique, and if you are smart enough, you take notes, and I'm here for you to clarify questions and teach you step by step until I reach the end result. I always say I will be simple and objective as much as I can, because that's what I do. The procedure and the technique I will teach here. The main point that I think is stretching the skin. So there are pictures here that now I have difficulty in placing a lip full as I used to do it and drainage. But now I have difficulty in doing the old technique. But I want to feel the lips. I do the middle part, and I'm going to show you how I can have full lips. Stretching step by step. Print the screen at home. You are going to see satisfactory results without the swallowing effect, excessive swallowing. The angle of the dermographer is also important, always 90 degrees, according to the surface of the skin. Two important points to me: stretching the skin and the angle, right? The speed of the dermographer and my hand, it has to match. I cannot have a lip so slowly. I do not have the same ability in my hands. I work with my hands, and now I can have in the speed mid to high of my dermographer. You have to see your maximum speed and then the minimum and find balance. So now I have different dermographers. I love this rotative machine. Ashton, I love it. I like PL4, that's one that I have, and I really like the imported that I own. These three machines I use. I do not have a preferred one because I think the dermographer is essential. The needle must be even better, so I do not have a problem. If my needle is bad, I throw it away and buy a new one. When we have a precise machine, a good machine, there's no need to dispose the needle. Let's see it. I have worked with dermographers from China, Cheyenne, who has never had a Cheyenne. I have 10 of them. But the needles do not give me the precision or the accuracy according to my present needles. The dermographer is not bad. Shining is not bad at all. You can work. I work a lot. But the needle, with the right needle, controlling the quality, we know that this will not have in the other equipment. We can have a more satisfactory result. So the speed of my dermographer, mid to high, the finger as a supporting finger, the finger that hurts, that finger that hurts. And the movement that's like a pendulum, that's what I use. Go back, and that is a polemic. It goes and back. No, pendulum, it depends. I talk to the girls.
So I go in and out, and I, just like a pendulum. And these are the main points for me. And we're talking about the support of the little finger, and if I'm very accelerated, I also have to change. If it's very light, I also need to do that change, right, to make that change. So on average, I can have good outcomes. So I like 0.30, and 30 is too thin. Sometimes I use the 35. So when we know about our machine, we can actually say whatever we want on the internet, but this is what really counts. The main points about the dermograph that I have, that's what I had to say to you. Now, something that is extremely important. So I don't do the lip before I go through this and, the whole lip. So why don't I do it? Because the lip is not going to be a peach, as we usually say. So we need to have pre-care. So I ask them to take care of the lip. So use a natural exfoliating agent and moisturizing, the one from Regenera Beauty. And I was saying I'm going crazy because that is really good. It really moisturizes. So moisturize the lips, although I give it to the customers afterwards. But you can use any kind of moisturizer. And if it is not moisturized and exfoliated, I don't do it. So avoid putting your lips. I send a text to my customer, and she has to take care of the lips at least 7 days before. So when the micropigmentation comes, it's going to be peach. It's going to be very silky. And then I won't have problems with implantation. I won't have a very dry lip. Everybody's done that before, right? It's not going to give me the perfect picture. It's not going to give me a perfect result. And it's not going to pick up properly, if you have dry lips. It's not going to work. So I always say to my students, we're really desperate. We're always in a hurry of doing it and getting money and having customers and doing procedures. But over time, we sort of, we have to take care, okay? It's not a selection. We just have to take care of it. So this pre-care is very interesting. So if it's not moisturized, if it's not exfoliated, I'm not going to do it. So this is a region that always has to be clean. Don't eat anything that is acid. And in the first hours, you're only going to only water in the first hours, and that's the first day. And don't expose yourself to the sun. Otherwise, the next day, people are on the beach, right? I always ask for that. And don't, stick your tongue all the time. And I give the regenerator to my customer, and there are no moisturizers. So when I want a delicate lip, I use a moisturizer. But when I know it's, the one that I really want to work, on the first day, that's what I do on the first day. So it really picks up quickly on the first day. Why? Because it's a kind of cream that is going to help with the healing, right? So it's going to help. And then we have the regenerator. So my model over here, I did a full face on her. I did the eyebrows, the eyes, and the lips. Isn't she beautiful? And when we see a model like that, we want to micropigment everything, right? So she was one of them. And this is the care that I do afterwards. The use of dermocosmetics during the procedure, so I use these two because, you know, I work in the short term. So the bigger the lesion, the bigger my process, the response to my process. And then during my procedure, I can use the little foam and this other cream over here. So to reduce the inflammation, and I'm telling you the step-by-step process, okay? And if you don't use it, you can go to the site now and buy it because, you know, I always need to have these two products. And getting to my customer, I have to be very careful. And how to avoid them as well. Because of the time, you know, before I spent 3 hours painting. I've spent 3 hours painting and the color did not work. And why? Because I didn't use it. I didn't have a step-by-step. And this bacterial infection was in a student of mine. She sent me the picture. She was desperate. And the first thing that I asked was, how long did you work on this mouth? 3 hours. Okay. So that's what happens. That's not what you should be doing. That's pus. That's secretion. So this time is a lot of trauma. So you cannot spend, you know, 3 hours if you're just painting and painting and painting. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. The needle is bad, and there's no technique. There's something wrong. So you have to examine that and see what's happening. Now, this is also something that, you know, when I did my mouths, you know, it did not get inflamed on the day. It was not swollen, but then after a while it did. Oh, it did not get swollen. And then, you know, people on Instagram, oh, look at that, it's not swollen. But, you know, not everything swells. But the next day, definitely it does. And that's herpes, and this is something that happens because of several factors. So it could be predisposition, or it could be, you know, not well cared for. Person goes to the beach and, you know, passes the tongue on top of the lips. I do that too, I know. So as a customer, I'm a very bad customer. So, you know, they can't trick me. I know what's happening. And they block me. They go to the beach and they block me. And then I said, I know you went to the beach. So if you're not careful, it does happen. These things happen, and it's very important for you to, well, it's no use just giving them a piece of paper. You have to be there. You know, if you don't, you have to show them, right? If you don't take care, you're going to have this. That's how I do it with my customers. So basically, this happens because of what they do. And then I'm going to show you a natural healing process. So a natural healing process, a healthy one, of this wonderful mouth, which is Mayara Ferreira. Do you know her? So I do the step-by-step of the micropigmentation, and just to show you. So the first day, then the second day, and the fifth day, and then the seventh day. Look at that. Perfect. So this is how you need to look for the results. So to have great healing. I use these, and I don't use epinephrine. It is not wrong to use epinephrine. It's wrong to use it in excess. So there are cases where I do use epinephrine. So they're saying, oh, I use this, but it's expensive. Oh, okay. You don't have to. You don't have to fill it, the mouth with anesthetics. So I do a little bit. I do my project. I put a little bit, 15 minutes. I dry it off, and I start my design, my contour. And there's another one that I like as well. I'm not going to talk about the rest. It's a UAA thing. So this pink one is great, and it's much cheaper, and I like it. I don't use epinephrine anymore because that mouth is one of the ones I did. I always work on top of my results. So it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't show the color. It doesn't show the beauty of the mouth. So I don't like it. So even if I go beyond, the epinephrine that you use on eyebrows, that's how it stays. It darkens the color, right? Have you never done this before? You never had this sort of result? A dark mouth? No? Always, yeah, always, yeah. So anyway, because epinephrine makes the lips hard, stiffens them. So using it in excess, it blocks the vessels and they become not red but purple. And that's why I don't use it. And which one do you use, Paloma? So in neutralization, that my hand, I'm going to have to use it a little better. I use it on the closed skin. So I put it there, I leave it, and then I start. But in open skin, I don't do it. So it's in these cases, or I use the one that is 2%. I mix it in, and you can mix it in with dermocosmetics, and you make a mixture and put it, but that's what I say in these customers. It's not all 100% painless. It's not. And it's not going to be that terrible pain because I'm not going to spend 3 hours painting it. I have a precise technique, so I don't have to spend 3 hours painting the lips. So, it's really calm. You can, start and then you put the something on the eyes so they relax and everything is wonderful. So we go into the psychological area. So when we have a light hand, everything is light, it flows. You don't have to, work on anesthetics, on top of anesthetics. The colors that I use the most, these are the colors, and when I want an eyebrow, not an eyebrow, a lip that is a little pink, I use this one, red sand, or I use red life when I want a little red, and more red, I use the insane red pigment. So I like to work with these colors. These are the main ones. And I also do red sun with red life. I said, okay, I want this color over here. I don't promise it because every lip is going to give me a different color. So never promise your customer about the color. Never do that. And then I also use a lot of hot mixture with white. So I never do dark lips in one session. So it's, 2 or 3 sessions that it takes. So I analyze it well, and I do the neutralization, and then I do that. So these are the main ones. You buy all 3. You need to have all 3. And these are some results where I defined the lips, so you can see the swelling, the natural swelling, but it's nothing that is exaggerated. These are customers that already had some thick lips, so I used Red Sun on the first one, Insane in the middle one, and Red Life in this one. And in Instagram, you can actually check out the real color, and you know that the screen actually provides a bigger glow here. And this is the step-by-step, and take a picture, and we have the proportion of my design. Today I put a picture on Instagram about the importance of lip design. It's not different from the eyebrow. We have to have a design. So the concern is 35% on the edges, 30% in the middle, for you to start the main points, to design the lip. And this is the content of the course, I told you. And now I mark the main points. There are 3 ways of doing it, of marking, so that it becomes clear. So I mark these 3 points. Did you take a picture? Okay. And now I begin to design it. So why is it important to have these straight lines? It's very important to draw these straight lines because afterwards I design until where I can go out of the lines. When you don't design it, you run two risks. I don't want to run this risk. So the first one is to design it to the inside, and then there's some part that needed to be colored in. It would look much nicer if this were the case. And then I can go outside the lines. And you know that the mucosa and the skin, they have different textures. So when you draw on the skin, it's going to look like, lipstick that is smudged. Now, if I do it on the lip, I go outside to the skin, but then the customer knows that she's going to have to do maintenance faster than normal, because where I touch the skin, it's going to become lighter much faster. So you have to be careful not to do that. So these straight lines, they are not in vain. No, for me, that's very important. I need to have a straight line so that then I can design it nicely, and I use like a red pen or anything else. I prefer a red pen. So we have to buy one that does not smudge, but, with mezzanum, it does not smudge, okay? Now, whey does. So if you take a long time drawing, then that happens, it smudges, right? And I'm going to show you how I do it, right? The next steps. And then I, designed it. I put the red, I connected the dots, I colored in the middle, and I put white pencil around. So that highlights it, and that's also important for me. I do exactly that area, and now step by step of the technique. So I do the translucid contour. It's the pendulum movement. So come very lightly. I don't like any marked control, and I like to have the outline of the lips, a very light one. So you do a little stick and you clean it off, and then you do another little part and clean it off. So this is where we have to actually relax and feel the movement of the lip. So you do a little bit and then you clean it off. A little bit. Do not get desperate, right? This is a special moment. So you do the contour and you're going to see, I don't know if you're able to see it, but I can post it on Instagram. You're going to see that it's very light. And that's how I work. So I have definition on the lip, but without that thick contour. But I do it. I do it very lightly. And now I'm going to make the movements. So I work with everything in horizontal, and then I cross over. Horizontal, I cross over per quadrant. If I want a more defined technique, a more marked technique, the lipstick effect, I cross the network. Otherwise, I do horizontal and vertical. But to provide a little more color, I do horizontal, vertical, and then I cross again. So it's kind of like a web. But in most cases, I do horizontal and vertical. I just do other movements if I think that I need to fill that in. But what happens at this time? We have, we want to do it, and that's not how it works. And, there is a moment to appear, right? There is the right moment. So you have to wait. You have to, trust that it's going to go up. So most of the mistakes are just to stay on top and, doing it over and over again. And then, you marked it, you scratched it, and you're not going to have the translucid effect of the peach lips. So do horizontal and vertical per quadrant very calmly, and it's going to work out. And this is a very important point. It's going to make a big difference, okay? So the middle over here that I circulated, I paint that last, at the end. Why? Because if I paint the middle, it swells. So you have this point at the end, And we're going to have a little bit of swelling, but it's not going to be too much. Of course, this is, everything that I told you about. You have to have quality equipment and the anesthetic, and then you do this, and you leave this point to the end, and you can check on Instagram. It's not going to really make a big difference, but these are results. I didn't say it in the beginning that I had difficulties and swollen, so when I want to make it swell, I do it there in the middle. Yeah. Okay, so these are the results of the swelling that is nice for the pictures, right? The customers are sometimes scared, but people sometimes want to post the picture, the face of the customer, right? And then we have the evolution of the work, right? And the first lips were like that. Why? Excess anesthetic, a wrong technique, painting without stopping, no contour, no definition, no design, no planning. So when I actually started understanding that I needed to study this step by step, I was able to get artistic techniques. I was able to evolve with my technique. I was able to have lips with definition and with color, natural lips, but in the Northeast, I think most of the cases, if you don't put color, it's not going to show. So you can't really use a technique that looks very light. No, you have to show. You have to do it in a subtle manner, in a delicate manner. But it has to show. So these are other examples. Everybody wants to show pixels and how delicate the work is. So if you use the wrong technique and a lot of anesthetic, you're never going to be able to do it. So the right amount of anesthetic at the right moment, the right equipment, the step-by-step that I showed you before that is important to follow. So I have results like this today. It's not easy. And every day I pray a Hail Mary, and it's very challenging for me to talk about lips, and I try to be better every day with this wonderful art. I know this is, she's beautiful. Let's do your lips. I do many lips for free because I want to show the technique. These are models that I use in my courses, and they give me these results. So that's it about my technique, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Those of you who are at home, as I said, I gave you all of my content. I gave you a class showing my step-by-step, and I would like you to respect your process as well. My process was not easy. It was really very challenging. I started at the end of the beauty salon, and today I have my own salon in Recife. I'm very proud of having done all of this work. Everything that I showed you, that girl who grew up in the community, she is an example, and she came from Jaboatão. She went to the world, and I'm here in the biggest stage, and that's it. Thank you. My QR code, follow me on Instagram, and I expect more information, more results, and I'm a bit of a blogger. You are what? What did I hear? Wow, you have changed. She is wonderful, isn't she? Thank you. Thank you for this incredible lesson and for adding so much to this event. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone at home. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Kisses to everyone. All right. Great, Paloma. Let's take a picture. Oh, my God, I forgot. All right. Come back, yeah. All right, now you can go. Thank you. Oh, dear. Guys, we're now going to have the last presentation with a demonstration on stage for us to be able to close this Congress. So, do you know what time? So we're going to have a lot going on here. We're going to receive a master trainer on stage, and her technique is very interesting. She's very well known, and many people look for her. She has a realistic technique. It's microblading, and she's going to stop in Holland, right? She's going to bring a technique that we relate to in this country, and she's a specialist in blondes. So we're going to call onto stage the wonderful Déborah Dias. She deserves it. She deserves a big hand. Déborah, you're a specialist in microblading for blondes. The stage is yours. Hi, good evening. It is a great pleasure to be here today. I thought I was not going to be able to get here, so I really feel very honored to be talking to you. I'd like to thank Renata for the opportunity of being here and believing in my work. And I'd like to thank all of you who have stayed until now. We know how tiring it is at this time. But at this time, it's the last bit of energy that we have, and tomorrow we have a whole day ahead of us. So my presentation today is going to be very brief, the theoretical part, because we have a procedure to carry out, right? And what I want to show is that it's something controversial. So let's check out what you think, because it is a new technique that I'm looking at here. And my presentation today, the topic is Holland, and I loved the topic because I'm from Curitiba, and over there we have a lot of blondes. Who's from Curitiba here? Only the two of us? Oh, well. But I'm sure that at home we have lots of people from Curitiba watching, and we have lots of blondes there with light-colored eyes. And this also takes me to the people in Holland. So I thought it was interesting to pick up this topic, and I feel at home with this topic and this technique. You're going to love it. So the name of my technique is realistic blading. So it's artistic strands or tabori for blondes, for any phototype actually. And we have lots of professionals who that do artistic work, and we only hear about artistic shadowing or, with a dermograph and with tabori. There's also lots of people who do that, right? Lots of professionals who do that, right? So that's exactly what I'm proposing for you. So talking a little bit about my country, I am not able to move the slides here. All right. Okay, now I think it's working. So Holland, the capital is Amsterdam, and it is known as the City of Flowers. It is a beautiful city, very colored with the flowers, and it has the windmills. It's the country of windmills. And the main form of transport is bicycles. Every time you hear about Holland, you associate people walking, on a flowered area with their bicycles. And information that is very important for my presentation is the temperature, the average temperature in Holland. Why am I talking about this? Because we know that depending on the temperature of the place, the skin of the customer is going to change. So, for example, if I have a country or a state or a city that is very hot, usually the customers have more oily skin. So I have a different result
E seguindo esses conceitos de mulheres do dia a dia e das mulheres famosas da Holanda, eu desenvolvi essa técnica, né, de fios artísticos, que são os fios mais desconectados, são os fios que não marcam as bordas, ele não fica uma sobrancelha muito alinhada e ela dá um aspecto de fiozinhos penteadinhos, porém traz um efeito muito mais natural. Eu fiz um caso aqui meio parecido, né? Uma cliente clarinha, dos olhos verdes, azul, tem as duas cores ali, e a sobrancelha dela ficou mais grossinha, ficou bem preenchidinha, não ficou aquele desenho extremamente marcado nas bordas, ficou natural. Qual é a característica principal dessa técnica? Nós precisamos utilizar os fios com mais movimento, as tramas são mais espaçadas, o aspecto de fios penteadinhos para cima, sem as bordas pesadas, fiozinhos desconectados, o resultado é um resultado natural e sofisticado. E a cicatrização, ela é ótima porque a gente tem uma distância entre os fios. Então, a gente respeita esse espaçamento para não correr o risco de, durante a cicatrização, um fiozinho colar no outro. Né? Então, nós estamos agora vivendo nessa era mais artística, mais natural, e a gente precisa abrir a mente para realmente algo novo. Uma sobrancelha natural, ela não tem os fios extremamente penteadinhos, extremamente alinhados. Uma sobrancelha natural, ela tem muitos fiozinhos desconectados, fios mais longos, fios mais curtos. Isso é o natural. E, claro, seguindo sempre o caimento da sobrancelha da cliente. Né? Nunca fazer uma trama específica para todas, porque senão você vai tirar a identidade da cliente que você vai estar atendendo. Eu fiz aqui um exemplo muito básico de como fazer uma técnica mais realista. Ai, perdão, pulei um slide, gente. Para essa técnica, vou falar um pouquinho sobre os pigmentos que eu utilizo, né? Eu já utilizo há muitos anos. Como eu falei, meu público de Curitiba, né, eu sou conhecida como especialista em loiras em Curitiba, então tenho os meus resultados já comprovados com essas cores. Para quem tem dúvidas, eu deixei a imagem ali, porque loiras é muito difícil você conseguir fazer cicatrizar. Você coloca o pigmento clarinho, cicatriza, some. Quando volta, não pegou. Ah, mas eu usei um ombre 2 na minha sobrancelha e não fixou. Por que isso aconteceu? Então, o que eu indico para vocês utilizarem quando for fazer um procedimento em loiras? Se ela tem os fiozinhos dourados, loiro para dourado, eu misturo sempre 2 gotinhas do ombre 2 com 2 gotinhas do universal. Por que eu faço essa mistura? Porque o ombre 2, ele é um pigmento de carga pigmentária média. E para ajudar a fixar ainda mais esse pigmento na pele, eu gosto de utilizar os pigmentos que têm a alta carga pigmentária, que são o universal, o jumbo, né? E no caso de loira, lógico, eu não utilizo o jam black, mas em outros procedimentos que for utilizar, para vocês entenderem sobre a carga pigmentária de cada tinta. E nas loirinhas que tem os fiozinhos loiros, mas porém ele é mais acinzentado, dá para vocês conseguem ver a diferença na imagem da tonalidade? Né? Porque nem toda loira tem a mesma tonalidade de pelo também. E aí, nesse caso, eu gosto de utilizar ela com o jumbo, que aí ele traz um pouquinho mais desse tom levemente acinzentado. Então, essas são as misturas que eu faço sempre 4 gotinhas da ombre 2 para uma do universal ou uma do jumbo. É essa proporção, tá? Não é meio a meio, 4 para 1 sempre. E aqui eu trouxe o passo a passo, né, mais simples para vocês começarem a exercitar realmente esse lado artístico, os fios mais artísticos. É muito simples, mas como eu falei, talvez vai surgir algumas coisas mais polêmicas aqui que na hora da demonstração vocês vão me entender. Como eu faço essa sobrancelha? A gente sabe que para criar uma estrutura, para criar uma trama, a gente precisa, né, não é uma regra, mas é o que facilita muito a vida do micropigmentador, que é criar um esqueleto para essa sobrancelha, para a partir daí eu começar a fazer ramificações e deixar essa sobrancelha mais preenchidinha. Então, eu vou fazer o esqueleto na sobrancelha normalmente. A base dela, os fiozinhos, eles vão ter um leve movimento. Então, ele faz aquela curvatura, que a gente também chama de fios em S. E o segundo passo que eu faço é alongar os fiozinhos do meio para a cauda, para não deixar buracos, né? Quantas vezes que a gente fazia o esqueleto, aí faz os fiozinhos na parte de cima e depois você não consegue mais preencher, porque fica cheio de buraco e não tem espaço suficiente para você fazer um caimento natural ali. Aqui eu fiz em vídeo, não sei se vai funcionar o vídeo certinho. Então, ó, o vídeo do passo a passo. Essa é a parte de esqueleto, que é a estrutura da sobrancelha. Os fios superiores. Tá vendo que a gente não liga ele imediatamente, né? Você puxa e depois você vai alongando, ó. Vai juntando as pontinhas para ele ficar com aquela parte que a gente chama de linha guia, bem fechadinha, tá? E todos os outros fiozinhos, quando vocês forem conectando, vocês vão jogando para essa linha. O próximo passo, você vai unir a base do fio anterior com a ponta superior do fio que está ao lado. Fica confuso para ler assim, mas aí em vídeo vocês vão entender bem certinho como é. Então, vai pegar da base do fio anterior com a ponta do próximo fio. E vai fazer isso até o final da sobrancelha. Meio aceleradinho o vídeo, né? E, por último, para criar esses fios desconectados, que dão a sensação que eles se cruzam, será entre a junção do fio do esqueleto e a primeira ramificação feita. E o quinto passo, a ramificação dos fios superiores descendentes. Acompanhe ali os fiozinhos que está em azul, se eu não me engano está em azul no vídeo. Acho que esse é um vídeo também. Eu não começo a puxar esses fiozinhos da base, eu começo ele um pouco mais acima. Por quê? Eu não quero pesar a base da minha sobrancelha enchendo de pelo, eu quero que as bordas fiquem também naturais. Então, eu não começo eles da parte de baixo da sobrancelha, acho que ele já vai ligar de novo. E vocês percebem que eu faço esse cruzamento dos fiozinhos ali? Déborah, mas como assim? Como que você vai cruzar o fio com tebore? Né, que isso é uma coisa que a gente aprendeu desde sempre. Nunca se pode cruzar fios com tebore, certo? Quem já ouviu falar isso? Quem aprendeu dessa forma? Nunca, jamais pode cruzar fios no tebore. Então, eu digo para vocês que a gente pode, sim, cruzar. Podemos cruzar porque quando a técnica foi criada, né, igual eu fiz o primeiro curso em 2014 de microblading, nós trabalhávamos numa profundidade muito maior do que nós trabalhamos hoje. E nós trabalhávamos numa velocidade também muito maior do que é o que você precisa fazer. Vocês já repararam nos trabalhos de 2013, na profundidade dos fios, na espessura que eram os fios? Então, se eu faço um traço e venho com outro na mesma profundidade e velocidade, por cima claramente, eu vou causar um ferimento muito maior na junção desses fiozinhos. Mas eu garanto para vocês que, se você trabalhar hoje com a profundidade que a gente faz, extremamente delicadinho, e o segredo é a velocidade que vocês vão fazer esse fiozinho ramificado. Por quê? Imagina comigo, a agulha, a lâmina do tebore, né? Eu trabalho tanto com a U ou com a flex, com a chanfrada. Vamos falar na chanfrada. Ela é dessa forma aqui. Não parece uma faquinha? Parece uma sardinha de faquinha? Se eu pego um pedaço de bife e eu passo essa faca rápido, como vai ficar esse meu corte? Extremamente aberto. E se eu pego essa faquinha bem lentamente como vai ficar esse corte? Fininho e fechadinho. Então, por isso que eu digo para vocês que trabalhando da forma correta, a gente consegue sim fazer esse cruzamento dos fios com tebore. Por isso que eu quis fazer a minha demonstração para vocês. Eu acho que vai ser legal para vocês verem realmente o resultado. Eu vou fazer um lado aqui, e o outro lado depois eu vou terminar lá, até sei que vocês estão super cansados, mas se alguém quiser até ir lá dar uma olhadinha, né, pode acompanhar também o resto do procedimento, tá? Aqui eu deixei o meu Instagram, né, o QR Code, para quem tiver curiosidade de ver, eu vou estar postando todos esses resultados cicatrizados para vocês verem como fica a cicatrização, tá? E também informações sobre cursos, a gente vai lançar também um treinamento sobre essa técnica, do passo a passo dessa técnica, né? Eu acho que nós estamos realmente numa nova era de fios artísticos, de um trabalho extremamente natural. Vamos parar de fazer fiozinhos engessados, né? Respeitar o caimento natural dos fiozinhos da nossa cliente. Como que é o início? A gente fica ali preocupado em não cruzar fiozinho, mas se você trabalhar da forma correta, você consegue fazer um resultado, um trabalho de excelência também. Então, depois eu passo para o próximo slide, eu vou começar a fazer minha modelo agora. Eu já fiz o design dela e ela já está no anestésico, tá? Então, eu vou fazer só um lado em vídeo, já está certinho ali com a anestesia. Cadê ela? Olha, gente, ela não tem olhinho claro, mas ela é loirinha. A sobrancelha dela é uma sobrancelha que tem o formato mais grossinha, mas o fiozinho é muito fininho. Então, vocês vão gostar porque vai dar para ver muito bem esse resultado, né? Vai dar para vocês conseguirem observar esses detalhes que eu estou mostrando para vocês. Coloca esse jalequinho. Tá tendo alguma pergunta, alguma coisa de alguém para aproveitar enquanto eu arrumo os materiais? Alguém quer fazer alguma pergunta? Pode falar. Exatamente. E continuar também. Era isso que eu ia mostrar, essa possibilidade também. Se a pessoa ela tem a mão um pouco mais pesadinha, acho que vocês até viram no vídeo que eu pauso. Exato. No vídeo eu não estou cruzando. No vídeo eu coloco o fiozinho, eu paro na linha e do ladinho daquele ponto que eu parei, eu trago o fio para cima também. Isso também é uma possibilidade, dá o mesmo efeito também, tá? Ixi, agora eu não vou conseguir abrir. Outra coisa também, gente, eu vou fazer a sobrancelha dela, um lado com a lâmina U e o outro lado com a lâmina chanfrada, tá? Pra gente ter, né, ver que não é a lâmina que vai fazer o trabalho, é o profissional saber manusear as duas lâminas e ter o mesmo efeito, tá? Qual lâmina que vocês querem que eu comece a fazer aqui? Chanfrada ou AU? Chanfrada? Vamos lá. O pessoal vai me perguntar sobre anestésicos, tá? Eu utilizo um pré-anestésico para pele fechada e eu uso também um anestésico com epinefrina, principalmente em loiras. Porque vocês já perceberam como elas têm a pele mais avermelhadinha? Normalmente é uma pele muito mais sensível, que fica bem inflamada rapidamente quando você inicia o procedimento. E também, às vezes, pode ocorrer ali de soltar um pouquinho mais de linfa. Então, eu gosto de trabalhar com a pele bem sequinha, por isso que eu gosto de utilizar esse anestésico para ele não ficar soltando isso, tá? Acho que a pele tem que estar extremamente seca para você conseguir fazer a lâmina deslizar da forma como ela tem que deslizar. Eu vou deixar preparado já a minha tinta. Lembrando de chacoalhar bastante o pigmento. Não é para chacoalhar com preguiça. Eita. Como é que organiza tudo isso aqui agora? Máscara, orelha. Ih! Tá atrapalhando o tom? Agora tô tranquilinho, já foi. Obrigada. A lupinha não funciona, será? Escurinho aqui. Ah, não, imagina. Não. Eu estou tirando anestésico.
I'm removing the anesthetics and I'm pressing not to lose the marking lines.
Ah, escurinho até para você. Ah, foi. Vou tentar virar um pouquinho aqui, ó. Se conseguisse pegar mais de cima, eu acho que elas conseguem daí visualizar
Turn
melhor,
your head,
ó.
please, so we can have a better visualization. If you turn your camera to this point, please.
Eu vou começar a fazer os primeiros
I will
fios.
start
Eu não
up with the
começo
first strands.
do
I never
primeiro,
start from the
porque eu não
first one
conheço a
because
pele
I
da
do
minha
not know her
cliente,
skin,
então eu
not
vou
yet,
deixar
so I leave
um
it
espacinho
a
para
space
fazer
so
os primeiros
I can
fiozinhos
go for
depois,
the
tá?
first strands later.
Aqui,
But
eu não
here,
marquei
I
nesse
never marked,
caso, né,
but
porque,
in case you
enfim,
need,
já tá mais acostumado,
we are more used to
já
it.
faz de olho, mas
We do
para fazer
it
a linha aqui
freehands,
da
but
sobrancelha também,
here
ó,
in this
caso
line we can mark as
você
well.
tenha
If you
dificuldade,
need, if you
pode
have more
marcar,
difficulty, you mark this extra line
dividindo os
here,
fiozinhos
and
ascendentes
then you
dos
have the
descendentes
ascending
também.
and descending hair marked
Fica
here.
mais fácil para
And
vocês
it's easier for you
visualizarem
to
aí.
visualize the hairline.
Vocês estão conseguindo ver
Can
que
you
tem
see
que
it?
tá dando certo? Vamos lá.
Is it okay, this
Ficamentos
view?
colares sempre em 3 pontos.
Always 3
Para
points,
cima, para o lado e para baixo.
upwards,
A pele tá
downwards, and
muito
sideways.
esticadinha.
You stretch it
Eu
up, that
coloco a
skin.
lâmina. Eu
I
faço
place
a
the
minha
blade
marcação,
and
eu
I
faço meus
mark
fios
it
por dentro da
because
marcação.
the
Então, eu
strand
não
inside
encosto na
it,
linha
I never
branca.
touch that
Né?
white
Alguns pontos
line.
pode parecer que tá mais
In some
grossinho, mas é
points
porque
you
eu não
see
faço na parte
thicker
branca,
because
só
I
na parte de
never
dentro.
go to the white line, just inward.
Aperto um pouquinho
I
até
press
a
it
tinta descer.
up till the
Vou
pigment comes
cruzando.
out and I curve it
Marquei o fiozinho lá em cima.
and I marked the hair up there.
Aqui eu começo os fios em S. A partir de quando inicia a minha linha guia, o meu fio embaixo
The
ele já sai
S-shaped
com
line,
movimento.
and then we have the movement following this shape.
Bem lento.
Very slowly.
Volto para os fios do início.
I get back to the beginning, that hair in the beginning.
Eu não pego ele nem da base, nem levo ele até
I do not get from the base, not even to the upper line.
Os fios descendentes, eles
The
não vão
descending hair
acompanhar a
will not
linha, eles
follow
vêm mais
that line.
soltinhos,
They are
mais
here
saindo
loosening
de
up,
fora.
they coming
Que aí eu não fico
from the
com esse
outside, so I do not
contorno
have
muito
this
alinhado.
outline. This is not
Eu
aligned. I get
cima,
here from the top
junto embaixo.
and going down.
Saída mais retinha mesmo.
It's a straight line, as you can see it. I will put some anesthetic for saturation. The first branch now, I start at the bottom of the previous hair and I connect to the top part of the next hair. I don't like to work when the skin looks like this. I like to work on dry skin. So if it's still like this, you dry it up because the skin is sensitive. When I stretch it, it opens and we see the pigment coming out. But that's how it is. Normally, this part I work like this. I go for the skeleton on one side, I leave it saturating, I go to the other side for the skeleton and saturating with anesthetic. This side, the first one, is drier, so the anesthetic is working. As I'm working on one side, that's why we see liquid coming out, but the time is a little longer, but it's enough. As we do not have much time, doing it all at once, that's why I do not leave the saturation for longer, but normally I leave it up and I work on the other side. And the final step, the strand that connect in the middle, I will show you two ways of working. Can you give a different angle, please? Let's turn the camera. Two different ways. The first way, I will start the strand in a higher point, coming up a straight line, up to this white line, I stop, and from that line, I go upward. So I have a strand that crossing, but not over the next line. I can also work like this, crossing like this, very slowly, so I do not open up a big crack on that skin.
Alongando uma pontinha, dá uma preenchidinha a mais.
Allocating more, and the top hair, they come down straight,
O fio principal para baixo.
and the main straight downwards.
E dessa ramificação,
And from this branch, I gather to the next hair.
E finalizo fazendo a última saturação. Eu vou deixar só.
And finalize like this. I leave it up 1 more minute so the pigment will stay here, and I clean it up so you can see it.
Doeu muito? Doeu muito? Quase dormiu? Tá ótimo, então.
You almost fell asleep? Oh, that's great.
Vocês conseguiram prestar
Were you
atenção?
able to pay attention? Did you see the details of the branching? So I showed it crossing and not crossing. So I want to have this effect, and if I don't have control of the pressure, control of the speed,
E aí eu posso então fazer da outra forma.
and then I can actually do it another way. So I can bring it over, and then from then on, I can start once again, going up.
Depois, gente, quem quiser
Okay?
ficar perto,
So if you want to see it up close, because you don't have it in the video,
tá aqui.
there's no way of knowing how it looks, so I'm going to finish in the aquarium, and then you can look at the details, you know, if you want to check and see how it looks. Okay?
Consegue ver? Lá no telão?
So after I finish, if you can just give a close-up here so they can see it better. Come over to this side. Can't see it. It's a little red, right? The image. Oh dear. I'm almost hitting the camera. But I'm going to end it in the aquarium over there, and if you want to take a look, it's extremely natural. You can't see it on the video. The angle is not really favorable. So you can check it over there, okay? So you can wait in the aquarium. I'll be over in a bit. All right, you can get up. Okay, so I had a very short time. Yeah, you can saturate it a little further, and you can wait to see the results. I'm sure you're going to love it. It was really very nice eyebrows, and I'm going to show you the difference between both, and it's still acceptable. Another minute for the procedure, right? Just to end the presentation, I put this, something that is very powerful to me, Anne Frank. She was not Dutch, but she was raised in Holland, and today one of the most important postcards, one of the touristic points is the House of Anne Frank, and I brought this. I know what I want. I have an objective, an opinion. I have a religion, and I have love. So let me be myself, and then I will be satisfied. I know that I'm a woman with an inner strength and a lot of courage. And I brought this for you, especially so that you can think about being yourselves. And we're already living in an era where, we have to be this and we have to be that. We have to do this and we have to do that, or do that sort of thing to be accepted. And then you become somebody you're not. And then you won't be able to sleep knowing that you do not recognize yourself anymore. So be yourselves. Do not accept any impositions on who you have to be or how you have to be. And I think that there's nothing better than authenticity. And people are going to like us for what we are, and not because of the way people want us to be. So I am now learning to recognize myself once again, and I'm very happy to be here. And I think this is it's a restart for me. And not only in my case, but many people who are here, we went through very difficult phases in this pandemic, phases where we had to learn a lot, and a lot needs to be reinvented, and They needed to be created, and we're all going to find ourselves once again, be accepted the way we are, and we're going to live free without living for other people. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. You definitely made our event even better. Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Parabéns para Débora, galera.
Congratulations to Déborah, everyone. That was wonderful. So do we have a basket? A basket for somebody who's here today? Let's check it out. Let's check if that person's here. So now we're going to have a draw of 2 baskets. So Marcela Lourenço, is she here? Is she here in person? And Gabi Chaka? Gabi Chaka? Is she here? Gabi Chaka? She is? No. Okay, so we have Gabi, who is at home probably, and Marcela. Congratulations, girls, the 2 lucky girls. This was already posted on Instagram of RBKollors. We would like to thank you for today. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us. And I would like to give special thanks to your love for us. It was my first time. Thank you. It was my first time as an MC. It was a wonderful opportunity. Let's give her a round. Yeah, let's give her a hand. That was a great opportunity that Renata Barcelli gave me, that RBKollors gave me. So let's put everybody behind us, yes. So tomorrow, same time, and I really want to congratulate you because you are here until the end, definitely. And we are very proud of you. Thank you. And the guys at home as well. Congratulations for staying with us. See you tomorrow. Bye. Have a good rest. Thank you, Babi. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's go.